This might be a bit of an unusual post, and I apologize for that. But I'm really unsure as to where I should place this, and I just need to hear some opinions and thoughts on what is actually happening to me and my life. I find it incredibly disturbing, and the worst part is, it's something I have to face almost daily. I don't know whether there's something going on, or I'm just losing my mind. I don't know what to do. I don't want to go too in-depth and bore you with mundane details, but I work in accounting for a reasonably large company that sells and distributes a wide variety of building materials, and all I can actually do is just check the invoices we get, pay them, and store everything for future audits, etc. The job is boring, repetitive, and soul-crushing to the points that I have been feeling extremely down for however many months. Honestly, the things that I do, a monkey can do, provided it was incentivized with enough bananas and maybe a yearly bonus of nuts. Anyway, to not go too far off track, I am part of a 6-people team, and for the past few days I have noticed that there's something strange going on with one of my colleagues. For the life of me, I cannot say what it is, though. There's just something very off with her. I sometimes poke my head up from my monitor and stare her down, and the face she makes when nobody is looking, it just makes my skin crawl. Goosebumps galore. Again, I can't pinpoint exactly what it is, but the longer I look, the more unnatural her face seems. It's as if it's kind of morphed, artificially adjusted from what a normal face should look like one of those digitally created faces by an AI that is not yet able to break through the uncanny valley, but it's quite close. Her movements seem strange to me, too. It does not have enough flow to it. It's like she miscalculates how much energy an action would need and then quickly compensates that by slowing down to a normal level. For example, when you ask her something, instead of turning towards you, she jumps and then straightens her face to be looking directly at you. When she moves, she almost starts running at first, but then slows down. She speaks loudly in a high-pitched voice. When you speak to her, she stares at you. She stares, and it lasts so long, it's extremely uncomfortable. She listens to every word, as if recording it. I asked my other colleagues whether they noticed anything strange about her, but they all said that they haven't, or that they had no idea what I was talking about. I can't believe I'm the only one seeing this. Another strange thing is, I have been working with her for the past 2 years, and I cannot remember when did this all start. I've been working with her for the past 2 years, and I cannot remember when this all started. I feel like I started noticing her weirdness quite recently, but at the same time, if I look back at our time working together, I don't think that she has changed that much. It's quite bizarre. It's not like we were close at any points, but when you spend 9 hours a day, 5 days a week for 2 years with a person, you're going to build some sort of relationship, whether you want it or not. This has been ongoing for a couple of weeks now, and I feel like I noticed these little quirks and strangeness more and more. Yesterday, I mustered the courage to just straight up and ask her. I caught her in the office kitchen after her meal and asked her what was going on. Strangely, she did not seem as confused as our other colleagues, yet instead of a normal answer, she just started babbling about her day. I listened carefully to how she talked and what words she used. Again, there was something clearly off with her little speech. Her voice, again, high-pitched in a way that seemed like it was being put on intentionally. Her sentences did not follow a normal logical pattern, but instead it seemed like she was trying to place as many mundane, daily chit-chat topics, one over the other, as she could. She talked about her cat, the weather, and her new shoes all in one sentence. I feel like I caught up pretty quickly with what she was doing, as she was trying to distract me from my initial question by bombarding me with this bullshit information nobody really cares about. I was strict with her, but polite. I asked her once again what's going on with her, and why does she seem so different. She paused. Her lips moved in her own bizarre little way, and she said that she had been going to these classes. Apparently, she'd become part of this strange group of people that meet up every 3 days or so, sit in circles, do their yoga, and listen to gongs and perform these breathing techniques. She also mentioned something about vocal therapy, where you make random noises that should lead to mental healing. That's the word she used. Healing. Honestly, I don't know much about yoga or whatever she was talking about, but I've seen those Netflix shows and read quite a lot about the mind-bending things these circles tend to do. Her eyes were wide as she told me about this. Her lips were trembling, her fingers intertwined with one another. I swear I saw a hint of desperation somewhere deep inside her eyes, but that was quickly changed with her artificialness. I really was a bit too freaked to continue the conversation, so I just left. Anyway, here I am, reading this now, and I'm not sure what to make of it. I'm kind of hoping you would help me figure this out. Do their circle activities make any sense to you? Maybe you've heard of some sort of cult that does these things, or maybe you can share some resources for me to read up on. I appreciate any input. Today is January 26th. I'm just reading this date to make a bit more sense to you. I jotted down the above part last week, but decided not to post it. I read through it once again and felt that I didn't really have anything concrete, and I might have appeared a bit schizophrenic. Hell, even I started doubting whether there was anything going on. But today is Tuesday, 9 o'clock in the evening, and as I'm telling you this, I'm now sure that there is something very wrong with my colleague. In fact, I am confident that the real her still exists. It's locked somewhere in that body. I know how it sounds, and I really don't know how this works, but whether it's her soul or just her consciousness, it still exists, but it's caged up in whatever that thing is that has overtaken her being. I know I should not doubt myself. I regret not saying anything last week, but that's okay. I'll jot down everything I've learned up to now and hope someone can help explain to me what is going on. What I've now noticed is that at some moments, her face becomes completely distorted. I no longer see the features that made her face unique. Her face loses shape, and her nose loses form. Her eyes become just watery, dark dots, and it all just seems to move and shift ever so slightly. Sometimes slowly circling around as if twisting her face, moving her face organs around to the point it stops having any resemblance to a face at all. I peek around my monitor and watch her keep her body stiff as a rock, while her face morphs into unrecognizable shapes and blurry nightmares. But if those shifts are nightmarish, I don't know how to call those brief flashes of clarity that I keep seeing. As I silently watch her face twist and turn, I sometimes see the actual face of what is creeping inside of that poor girl's body. Clearly, with every fine detail, curve, and indention, I see a face that is nothing like the girl's real face. It's a twisted, caricature-like demonic face, with a smile covering almost all of it. Black lips, black eyes, thick wrinkles around the contour of its mouth. It lasts a second, but that second is so clear. Those eyes are so piercing that it makes my heart drop every time. I feel my heart skip a beat, my blood pressure drops. I saw it 3 times now, and every time my heart palpitates so much that I have to run off to the bathroom and calm myself down. Whatever is in her, it sees me, and just a glimpse of it brings me to my knees. Of course, nobody around us notices this apart from me, but I now know why it is so. Her blurry face, as I like to call it, has a strange hypnotic effect. I think the same effect has been used before as well, but maybe not to the same extent. Maybe the more her face morphs, the more she has an impact. But what I'm saying is that the blurry face sucks you in. You can't stop staring, and the longer you do, the farther you fall in. It becomes a twisted vortex that guides you into an abyss, and the deeper you go, the more you lose. I now know that first comes to mind. That explains why I was unable to really recollect when this all started or what changed in her. This makes perfect sense if you think about it, though. Memories are a part of our inner self that is most available, most at the top of our subconscious, that we can remember quite easily. It's pretty effortlessly accessible. However, it is part of what defines us as human beings. I think that's why, in her initial state, when her vortex was just starting to form, she could conveniently start sucking up our memories. You don't use all of your memories all the time. It's easy to not notice that something has disappeared. And little by little, without you catching a glimpse, you start to lose your identity. Following this path of thought of mine, I think the next state that succumbs to her is our visual senses. Again, I think it makes perfect sense. As her pull increases, she can go deeper. While memories can be defined by many senses, the strongest are the visual ones. And to be completely honest, as I stare her down and get lost in her twisting spells, my head begins to pulsate. It feels like a migraine, but I had migraines my entire life, and it's something different. I can feel the pain behind my eyes, as if the veins around them are being squeezed and starved. It's almost as if my eyes and that frontal part of my brain are being squished, slowly and surely. I think it's her blurry face that I see is not really there, just a feeling metamorphosizing visually. Her real face is the devilish one. I'm just struggling to comprehend it. Finally, don't let me forget to mention this. There's a reason why I think the real her is still there. Somewhere locked up deep inside of that thing. I snooped around one day around her table. I did not find anything out of the ordinary at first, but once I opened her desk drawer, I saw pictures. These childishly drawn paintings, maybe 3 or 4 of them inside. I only managed to catch a glimpse of the top one. I saw a little girl, very crudely drawn at the center of the page. Around her, a dark circle, drawn over and over again. I didn't catch any more details before she came back to her desk. I pretended that she was the one that left the drawer open, but I still challenged her about the picture. I acted as if I just accidentally saw it, and was quite concerned about what the picture entailed. She explained that it was just part of her group activities, art therapy, she said. It was obvious she did not buy my explanation, and neither did I. But that's fine. That thing inside of her has seen me already, and I know that it knows that I see it too. January 28th, 2021. I have not posted once again, but I can explain why. As soon as I wrote my last update, I immediately felt sick. I puked my guts out for what seemed as an eternity. Fever struck my body, and I became extremely sensitive to light. I wanted to post it. God knows I did. But I just could not find the strength in me. For the entire night, I drowned in my sweat. The pain behind my eyes was almost unbearable, and it still is. Eventually, I fell asleep for a little while. I have not been to work yet. I called a doctor, and he immediately said it's the flu and that I should stay at home. I am sure that there is no flu. My body is heavy. I find it incredibly difficult to move. It's even more difficult to keep my eyes open. It's tense. I feel like my optic nerves are pulsating more and more. The tension it causes is splitting my eyeballs open, tearing my retinas. I see black spots whenever I open my eyes and look at any source of light. I see bright shapes floating whenever I close them. It's all just so excruciatingly painful. The fever has not subsided at all. In fact, it has gotten much worse. I am now in a constant state of trembling, and I feel so very cold. And my skin has become incredibly sensitive. If I put the tip of my finger onto my forearm, my skin turns white and stays like that for hours. I feel like this is a blessing. I've turned this symptom into a tool of communication. I've been scratching in short messages onto my arm, legs, and chest. The words would stay there for a while, and every time I would see them, they would remind me of what was happening to me. That I was in a fight with a beast. And they would keep me sane. It feels as the world fades, they would not disappear, but would fall into my body, get moved to my subconscious, and I would feel a wave of strength to continue fighting. I have fallen into a pattern of self-pity. I hate the bitch for joining whatever cult that she did, and bringing this undeniably evil force into our lives. This evil is now with me. My body is trying to defend itself as much as it can, but it is obvious that this is a losing battle. I now constantly see the horrific demonic face. It is always there with me, always staring and smiling at me. I can see it, just on the edge of my peripheral vision, just enough to know that it is there. Today, I mustered the courage to look straight at it, but, of course, it disappears immediately. It was not gone. I could still feel it teasing me as its nails sank deeper into my head. As I write this now, I can see its face again in the shadowy corner of my bedroom. I tried to walk to the kitchen and force myself to eat. My feet felt like they were glued to the floor. I could barely lift them. My back hurt, and I could not keep straight. I held myself against the wall as I watched my feet sink into the ground, each time just a little bit deeper until it reached my ankles, and I fell. I crawled to the cold tiles of the kitchen floor and passed out. There was a brief moment between me losing my vision and losing my consciousness. I remember thinking how nice the coldness felt on my cheek. I woke up feeling slightly better. I think the beast might have loosened its grip on me once I gave up fighting. It's still watching me from afar. I ate dry cereal and immediately started writing this. I don't know why I so desperately want to share this with you. I don't expect anyone to be able to help me. I feel like I'm dying and this is my only grip on who I am. Or rather, once was. Today is February 19th, 2021. I know a lot of time has passed, but I still feel like I owe it to myself and to you to finish this. Things escalated pretty quickly since my last entry. However, I feel like going too much into detail might be detrimental to my health, so I will not. I don't remember much of the morning that followed that day, but what I can recollect, and from what I have been told, is that I showed up at work. Once I wrote my last post, it felt a bit like a letter of defeat, and I felt like my last battle would be to go straight to the source of my anguish and confront it. They told me I showed up half-dressed, wet from sweat, and my clothes were extremely filthy. I moved with determination and did not respond to anyone questioning whether I was okay or what was going on. I attacked her. I threw my colleague onto the ground and wrapped my fingers around her throat. They said I was almost foaming from my mouth. I do remember her on the ground. I remember her face, initially still morphing, but the harder I squeezed, the clearer it became, and I could see her actual self slowly emerge. As such, I closed my grip even more. At the next moments, I remember it was me being held by my hands as I struggled to get loose. I saw her on the floor, coughing and holding her throat as people ran towards her. She seemed normal. There was no demon in her then. Police came and took me away. I think they tried taking a statement from me a few times, but I could hardly speak. I was then transferred to some kind of hospital. For the past few days, I have been recovering from my sickness. The fever has subsided. My eyes don't hurt anymore. I do not feel like myself, however. Officers have been coming and talking to me. I do not have much to share with them. I have regular meetings with a therapist working at the hospital. After some hesitation, I did open up to her. Initially, she did not want to share her thoughts about my situation, but I kept asking. She said she suspects high levels of anxiety, possibly depression, that I had repressed for a long time that might have emerged in a form of delusion. I still am not sure whether I believe her. I asked her about my colleague. She said she spoke to her. I asked her what might have happened to her. Why did she become so incomprehensible? Nothing, she replied, and stared me down with a strict, unforgiving look. She's just happy. There is an almost universal feeling of discomfort and unease that a person experiences when they see a deserted place that their mind tells them should be full of people. A stark feeling of wrongness and creeping dread that is probably a holdover from our animalistic ancestors, meant to warn us when danger is fast approaching. I think most people are familiar with the sensation, but few know that it has a name. Canopsia. Canopsia is defined by the Dictionary of Obscure Sorrows as the eerie, forlorn atmosphere of a place that is usually bustling with people, but is now abandoned and quiet. Like a school hallway in the evening, long after classes have let out. An unlit office building over the weekend, a store display window after dark, or vacant fairgrounds totally devoid of anyone to enjoy them. Basically, this is a kind of emotional after-image that creates a feeling of not just emptiness, but hyper-emptiness, the kind that seeps into the soul. In a way, it could be described as a kind of haunting, but rather than being haunted by some lingering supernatural malignancy, one who experiences canopsia is haunted by what is not there but should be. I've experienced canopsia on several occasions throughout my comparatively short life, but the one that most stands out in my memory is the night my older brother, Caleb, and I found ourselves in a place called Pompeii, Indiana, after a long night of driving aimlessly down some back roads high on psychedelics. Now, I'm certain that many rational people will use my admission that I was using drugs that night as an excuse to dismiss the entire experience as a simple hallucination brought on by intoxication, and that would be fair. I may have been inclined to do the same were I in their shoes, but one cannot hallucinate the deep scars that now mark my body to this day, and I have yet to find a drug that could cause a person to simply cease to exist in the way I witnessed that night. But I digress. You will not find Pompeii, Indiana, on any map, and Google searches of the town's name will at best give you the address of a pizza place in Lake County, as well as a large serving of disappointment and palpable frustration. Believe me, I've tried. My attempts to retrace the journey my brother and I took, and to pinpoint down an exact geographic location of the town I very nearly lost my life in, have so far proven to be futile. The most I can tell you is that it should be located somewhere about 2.5 hours south of Indianapolis, as far as I can tell. When you're tripping on acid, it's hard to keep track of landmarks and road signs amidst the backdrop of ever-shifting, kaleidoscopic hallucinations and euphoric sensations that demand your attention for hours at a time. Honestly, in hindsight, it's a miracle that we didn't crash the car. I'd say we were lucky, but knowing where we ended up, that would be a lie. It all started at our parents' house in Brownsburg, Indiana, around midnight. Our folks had just left for an out-of-state vacation that Caleb and I had declined to accompany them on, with the somewhat plausible excuse that neither of us could take the time off of work that would have been required to accompany them. In reality, he and I had been strategically planning to embrace the golden opportunity that was their absence to have a drug-fueled night of excitement, ever since we had learned that they were going on vacation some months prior. Our parents had barely made it out of the driveway and down the dimly lit street before Caleb dashed up to his room on the second floor of our 3-story house and quickly returned with what looked to be a wad of aluminum foil and a mischievous twinkle in his eye. "Oh man, bro, this is gonna be so fucking sweet," he had said. He then wasted no time placing the wad on the kitchen counter and unwrapping it with care, revealing what looked like neatly cut little paper squares that were small enough to fit on the tip of a finger. I, being the younger of the two of us, and at the time woefully inexperienced in the world of controlled substances, felt a mixture of exhilaration and nervousness, as Caleb instructed me to take one of the paper squares from the foil and place it under my tongue, only to be very underwhelmed by the lack of any detectable changes in my perceptions after the first couple of minutes. I don't feel anything, Caleb. Are you sure your guy didn't sell you bullshit?" I had asked him, with concern and impatience seeping into my voice. Caleb chuckled, as if I'd said something extremely childish before reassuring me. "Give it time. The chemicals take a while to reach the brain. How will I know when it's working? Trust me, you'll know. I took him at his word, and we spent the next 45 minutes or so just hanging out in our spacious living room, flipping absent-mindedly through channels on the TV, waiting for the acid to work its magic, when I made the suggestion that I would regret for the rest of my natural life. I'm hungry, man. Why don't we just go down the street real quick and grab something to eat before we're both too high to function? Caleb, being the only one out of the two of us with a license and a car, scratched his head, as if weighing the pros and cons of the idea before he conceded with a shrug. Sure, as long as it's just down the street and back, we should be okay. My vision was starting to vibrate at this point, and any notion of how dangerous getting into a car in the state we were in was chased away by the marvelous visions that had begun dancing before my eyes. After a few minutes of fumbling around through the fastly developing wonderland that was forming around us, for our coats, shoes, and Caleb's keys, both of us somewhat clumsily loaded ourselves into Caleb's Silverado, pulled out of the driveway, and proceeded down the street towards a string of local fast food places at a languid pace. It's worth mentioning at this part of my story that Caleb had a terrible sense of direction, one that I, and practically everybody that knew him, teased him for relentlessly. He would often get lost driving to the houses of friends that lived just a few blocks over. This, coupled with the fact that both of us were now tripping balls on acid, it should come as no surprise that Caleb somehow managed to completely pass the fast food joints and steer us onto the highway. We were both so far gone that we must have driven for a good 20 minutes before either of us realized that we were lost. Once we did, we were basically the blind leading the blind. Both of us argued back and forth about which turn to make and which exit to use, when neither of us really had any idea of where the hell we were going. It wasn't all bad, to tell you the truth. In some way, it was a lot of fun. Our short trip to get fast food had become an all-out psychedelic adventure throughout the open fields and winding country roads of our little slice of the Midwest. We laughed, joked, argued, and debated with one another about all manner of things, while we looked in awe at the sights and sensations the drug we had both taken was producing for us. Eventually, though, as it became clear to us both that we were thoroughly lost, with the way back to the house nowhere in sight, we agreed that it would be best to stop somewhere and get our bearings, maybe even get a hotel for the night until we were clear-minded enough to find our way back home, even though the prospect of trying to have normal social interactions with anyone, given how high we both were, seemed like a Herculean task. That was when I first noticed the ashes that fell from the otherwise clear summer sky like snow. I had to dismiss it as just another hallucination at first. Gradually, though, as it started to collect on the windshield and obstruct our vision to the points where Caleb had to turn on his windshield wipers so he would drive safely, I realized it was real. I turned to Caleb for verification of this on the off chance that I was just hallucinating. Hey, man, do you see that? Yeah, man, it's really weird. Yeah, totally weird. After driving another few miles down the road through the strangest weather phenomenon either of us had ever experienced, we saw a large, weathered old sign in the distance that was all faded paint and rotting wood that read, "Welcome back to Pompeii, Indiana," in big bold letters, overlooking what seemed to be a decent-sized town, complete with a motel, a gas station, a town hall, a diner, a school, a few rows of old-looking houses here and there, and from that distance looked like an old-school drive-in movie theater, all covered in a slowly growing blanket of ashes. It wasn't exactly inviting, but any port will do in a storm, as the saying goes, so we decided to check it out. If a town could ever be accurately compared to a recently hollowed-out corpse, then Pompeii would definitely be the perfect candidate for that comparison. Everywhere we looked, we were confronted by a complete and utter lack of any noticeable signs of human life, or any life at all for that matter, despite the fact that in contrast to the weathered old sign that had welcomed us in, nothing we saw looked particularly old or dilapidated at all, In fact, some of the machines and appliances left scattered around the apparently abandoned building showed clear signs of recent use. We stopped at the gas station first to fill up and grab some snacks, since neither of us had eaten anything since our ill-fated journey had begun, and what we saw once we passed through the open glass double doors and made our way inside was equal parts confusing and unsettling. Directly in front of us was a row of about 6 or so commercial coffee pots that all 6 had steam rising out of their tops, as if freshly brewed. Off to the left was the checkout counter, where a register drawer stood open, and a pack of cigarettes lay on its side next to it, as if whoever had been working the counter had just set them down in the middle of ringing them up, and just left without even bothering to close the drawer. The air pump out in the parking lot was running, although there were no cars anywhere in sight, and since these machines generally tend to run for only about a few minutes at most after someone puts enough quartz in it, logically speaking, someone had to have turned it on in the last few minutes. But there were no visible signs of anyone that I could see, nor were there any obvious clues to where the people who had to have lived here had gone. No tracks in the ash that blanketed the ground, no hastily handwritten notes saying out to lunch or offering any kind of explanation to where the hell everyone was at was anywhere to be seen. Just deafening silence and a profound feeling of isolation. It wasn't just the gas station either. Everywhere we looked, the outcome was the same. The diner was all but abandoned. Its retro interior, clearly meant to replicate the atmosphere of a 1950s burger joint, was totally barren. No people anywhere to be seen, though almost every single table was loaded with at least 5 or 6 plates of food apiece, all of which were still warm to the touch, as if the place had been packed with families getting ready to enjoy a hearty evening meal with one another just a few minutes earlier, before they just left and went somewhere, somehow. Just like at the gas station, we could see no cars in sight. We stopped for a moment to help ourselves to a few plates of the abandoned meals before checking out a few of the other buildings, mainly the derelict motel and a few of the houses, only to find more of the same. At this point in our journey, the hallucinogenic effects of the acid we had taken was beginning to work against Caleb and me. Our feelings of carefree foolishness and euphoria had morphed into unease and steadily growing paranoia, and the acid only amplified that. Everywhere I looked, I saw shadows moving in the periphery of my vision, but whenever I turned to confront them, they would be gone. I could feel the sweat starting to gather on my forehead, and a cold, tingling feeling started to crawl up the small of my back. Caleb wasn't doing much better. I could see him shaking visibly and watching his eyes dart from side to side in rapid, panicky movements as he paced back and forth in the empty motel parking lot where both of us now stood next to the parked Silverado, trying to figure out what to do next. His face had begun to contort and wilt, almost like it was melting off his head the longer I stood and stared at him. I had to verbally remind myself that his face only looked that way because I was on drugs, but the more I repeated it myself, the more it sounded like a lie. "Calm down. You're tripping. Everything's fine. Everything is fine." I had to repeat to myself like a prayer. "Where the fuck is everyone?" Caleb had yelled in transparent frustration, now looking only vaguely recognizable as himself to my eyes. His normally unkempt, sandy brown hair now looked blue and tattered, and his head had swelled to at least twice its regular size. His mouth was lopsided, and only a single glassy eye could be seen on his now horribly distorted face. I must have been gawking at him with wide-eyed terror because he stopped pacing for a minute to see what was up with me. "Hey, you okay? I have something on my face." I bit back the urge to tell him he looked like an alien out of one of those low-budget 80s horror movies and did my best to respond with coherent sentences. No, you're fine. I'm just really high and I don't want to be here." "Well, neither do I." "Screw this, man. Let's just get the hell out of here. Literally anywhere would be better than here." Agreed. With that, we hopped back into the Silverado and gunned down the road back towards the highway, maintaining a very tense silence between the two of us as we went, Neither of us could really put it into words at that time, but we both felt in our bones that something was very off about that place. The ashes that fell from the sky had ceased gently falling like snow, and now whirled around the truck like the winds of a blizzard, devouring the highway in front of us. And even after Caleb had turned his brights on, we could only see maybe a few feet of road in front of us. We didn't care. We just wanted to get out of that place as fast as we could. We didn't make turns, and we sure as shit didn't turn around. I'm sure of it. And yet, after about 15 minutes or so of gunning it down the highway as fast as we could, we were once again face to face with that decrepit, rotting old sign that read, "Welcome back to Pompeii, Indiana." Without skipping a beat, Caleb whipped the truck around and took off in the opposite direction, only to have the same thing happen again, and another time after that. After we found ourselves in front of that sign for the 5th time, I remember pounding my fist before I turned and started screaming at my brother. "What the hell is wrong with you? You have one job, Caleb, and that's to get us the hell out of here. Why is that so hard?" Caleb didn't respond to me right away. He just sat there, staring at the eroded, ancient-looking sign with an expression of pure bewilderment. His face looked relatively normal to me now, which made no sense, given that he told me that the acid we took usually lasts about 9 hours on average. And there was simply no way that 9 hours had passed already. I don't know, was all he could manage to say. That was when I noticed the drive-in movie theater in the distance, or, more specifically, that there seems to be a movie playing on the towering projection screen. It was almost impossible to make out what was playing from that distance, but the sight filled me with a desperate kind of hope regardless, because, after all, if a movie was playing, that meant someone had to be down there working the projector. And maybe that someone could tell us what the hell was going on. "There's a movie playing down there," I said, pointing to the drive-in. Caleb followed my finger with his gaze down to the drive-in and at the movie playing on the screen, before looking back at me with a confused look. "So?" "What do you mean, so? If there's a movie playing on there, there has to be people down there." "We can't be sure about that." "Well, do you have any better ideas about what we should do?" "I'll tell you what we should do. We should stay the hell away from that town. This is beyond creepy." "And do what? Sit here forever? There could be someone down there who could help us." Caleb conceded with a frown. "I don't like this at all." He then put the truck in drive and reluctantly took us back through the deserted streets of Pompeii towards the theater. And since I can say with confidence that I was almost totally clear-minded at this point, I noticed small details here and there that I had totally overlooked before. When we passed by the empty church building, for instance, I saw a rather ominous message scrawled on the sidewalk just outside the main entrance that read, "Here we were deceived." The more I looked around, the more I found that similar message had been scrawled along the entranceways and sidewalks of several places all around town. One such message, inscribed along the sidewalk that bordered the diner, read, "Here we were unnourished." Yet another that I saw written outside the town hall read, "Here we were betrayed." But the message that was easily the most unsettling out of all the ones I saw was the one scrawled over the faded sign over the entrance to the drive-in itself that read, "Here we bore witness." The gate itself hung open and offered an unobscured path into the theater, which seems to consist of a large open parking area that, unlike virtually anywhere else in the town, was packed with cars from end to end, and what looked like some sort of concession stand located roughly at its center. We could see the dim silver light of the projector as it filled the enormous screen at the northmost end of the drive-in with what looked like an old-fashioned black-and-white movie that hadn't seemed to have progressed past its opening credits. Names of actors and companies I had never heard of scrolled slowly down the length of the screen before the movie opens to a scene of an idyllic-looking Midwestern town overlooked by a starry night sky that in some ways resembled the one we now found ourselves in. Before I could turn to Caleb and discuss what we should have done next, the screeching static of the Silverado's radio pierced the silence that prevailed between the two of us before it morphed into what we assumed was the audio that accompanied the movie. At first, it was this really corny-sounding jingle, the likes of which you'd expect to see in an old commercial. Then it abruptly became a loud crashing sound as one of the stars that graced that beautiful night sky on the screen fell to the earth below and made a large crater in the woods just outside of the town. The scene then shifted to a young boy who looked to be around high school age, walking through some woods alone in the daytime. He wandered around aimlessly until he happened upon the crater, which had by then filled up to the edges with a strange, viscous black liquid. The boy then sat along the edge of the pool regarding its curiosity, as if debating with himself about whether or not he wanted to touch it, when a stream of bubbles rose up at the pool's center and started to pop one after the other. And each popped bubble carried with it a word from a voice that sounded remarkably human, almost like that of a young girl. Hello. Who are you? The voice asked. Each syllable sounded strained and unnatural, as if whatever was making them had not quite yet mastered human speech. The boy, for his part, seemed shocked at first, but his shock quickly changed into rapid fascination, and he started talking back. "Hello, I'm Ronnie," he said. "Ronnie," the voice echoed. "Who are you?" "I am lost." "Lost?" The boy named Ronnie repeated, sounding confused. "Lost. I am lost. I want to go home." "Can I help?" "Small. I'm too small. I must grow." "You must grow?" Ronnie repeated, his face suddenly becoming vacant and expressionless. He then turned and walked in the opposite direction back towards town, repeating, "She must grow," to himself like a mantra. The scene then changed again, this time showing Ronnie and another boy who was approximately the same age walking through the same woods towards the pool. "It's just this way," Ronnie said, his voice distant and unnatural, which did not seem to be lost on the other boy. "Sure, Ronnie, whatever you say. You feeling okay? You sound weird." "I'm fine. We're almost there." The boy did not seem reassured, but went along regardless. When the pair finally came upon the pool once again, Ronnie gestured to it with veneration. The other boy seemed to think it was mesmerizing. He knelt by the edge and watched the bubbles' black liquid with wide-eyed fascination, while Ronnie slowly and subtly maneuvered behind him. "This is so cool, Ronnie. What is it?" The boy was barely able to utter the word "it," before Ronnie pushed him in with all the force he could muster, and upon making physical contact with the liquid, the other boy let out a heartbreaking scream. Oily black tendrils reached up from the depths of the pool and constricted around him like pythons. You could hear the sickening sound of his bones snapping as the tendrils began pulling him down slowly but surely. He thrashed around and cried out desperately for his friend to help him, but Ronnie remained still and just watched the horror unfold in front of him, with the same vacant, dispassionate look in his eyes. "She must grow," he said. Eventually, the other boy vanished beneath the liquid completely, and the pool began to expand ever so slightly, the black ooze flowing past its edges. No more words were spoken aloud between Ronnie and the entity inside the pool, but he seemed to be aware of its will nonetheless. The next few scenes played out in a similar fashion, Ronnie luring helpless victims to their inevitable fate in the woods, and the pool steadily expanded with each new sacrifice. Before long, the pool had become a large pond, and not long after that, a small lake. As it grew, it devoured the plant life it came into contact with voraciously. Trees and other vegetation that were unfortunate enough to be in its path withered and died almost before my eyes as I watched that horrible black ooze creep ever so closer to the town itself. Though it was never explicitly stated by any of the characters, I got the distinct impression after the pool had expanded past a certain point, the entity no longer needed to rely on Ronnie for sustenance. Before long, others began to do its bidding as well. In one scene, a pastor of the local church led his dazed congregation into the dying woods and the edge of the black ooze for baptism, and then watched them all die in the depths of that murky blackness, one after another, before walking into the pool himself, with the most content smile across his face as he did. In yet another scene that I could not bring myself to watch all the way through, a school bus driver veers off the road with a look of total vacancy in his eyes and puts his foot to the gas as he drives towards the woods with reckless abandon and a busload of terrified children. The film reached its climax when open conflict broke out between a group of townspeople who seemed to have retained their minds and those that have fallen under the sway of the voice from the pool. The conflict had been short and bloody, and although the townspeople had fought like cornered animals, they were ultimately subdued and corralled like livestock by their possessed neighbors. I scarcely had the words to describe the cold and detached depravity I witnessed on that screen. I have never considered myself the squeamish type. I had seen a lot of documentaries about things like the Holocaust and the Rwandan genocide in school growing up, so I was not totally unfamiliar with the concept of one group of humans setting out to systematically exterminate another. But what I saw on that screen was not like those events at all. There was no anger and no malice in it, no zealous demagogues spewing hateful rhetoric. The dazed servants of the alien entity carried out their atrocity in near total silence. They did not even speak to each other. One by one, they either bound people they had likely known their whole life with duct tape and ropes scavenged from around the town and dragged them out into the woods, completely oblivious to their pained cries and desperate pleas for mercy, or they simply beat them until they could no longer resist. In one instance, I saw a man break the legs of a woman who could have easily been in her 80s before he hoisted her over his shoulder and carried her off into the blackness. In another, I saw a woman strangling a small girl that was her spitting image into unconsciousness, and then carrying her limp form to the woods. Once everyone had been gathered up and brought to the edge of that liquid abyss that had swelled too far beyond its original size, what I can only describe as a kind of grotesque ritual took place. The elderly and infirm were pushed in first, then came the men, and afterward the women, until only the children remained. I had thought the children would meet the same awful fate, only to be temporarily relieved when that did not happen. Instead, I witnessed each and every one of them possessed people walk into the ooze and perish with joyous smiles painted on their dazed faces, leaving the children of the town bound and alone for several moments before the boy called Ronnie emerged from the depths of the ooze and walked out onto the land looking simultaneously younger and also ageless. The dark liquid of the pool fell from his eyelids and ran down his cheeks like teardrops, and a chillingly warm smile stretched across his freckled face. He spoke to the terrified little ones in a voice that was his own, and at the same time not. "Hello. Are you lost? Do you want to go home?" he asked. Common sense dictated that he was speaking to the children on the screen, but the angle of the camera made it seem as though he was speaking to me directly, and that made my blood run cold. The children's response to his question came in the form of gargled cries and terrified whines. "Don't be afraid, little ones. They will all go home soon. Look how she has grown," he said, as he turns to the ooze-filled crater with his arms outstretched as that thing slowly rose out of the pit. I've tried so hard to purge the image from my mind over the years with drugs, booze, and even blunt force trauma, but none of it could expel the image of those great black wings that eclipsed the moon and the stars, and no amount of physical trauma could exorcise the sight of its 10 heads and 7 horns, each bellowing black ash and fire into the sky. Through Ronnie, I heard it speak each and every one of its blasphemous names, each more terrible than the last. I heard it speak of its home in the black void beyond the stars where all light goes to die, of the utter apathy of God and the complete meaninglessness of my own existence. In that moment, I lost conscious awareness that I was just watching a movie, and I heard myself scream. Panic set in, and I clawed frantically at the truck's door, only to find that Caleb had locked it. In the same instant that I realized this, I felt his hand on my shoulder, and I whipped around to see a serene, peaceful look on his face, as black tears fell down his cheeks. "It's all right, brother. We are lost no more. It is time to go home," he said in that voice that was not his own, as he wrapped his hands around my neck. I struggled against his grip, but could not break free. Through the haziness of my oxygen-deprived brain, I could see Caleb's skin begin to bubble and blister as if it had been exposed to unimaginably high temperatures, before I saw my brother erupt into blue flames, all while keeping that same serene expression on his face as he began to burn away. Out of sheer strength, brought on by my mortal terror, I threw him off of me, busting the passenger window with my elbow, and scrambled out and away from the Silverado just as the entire thing burst into flames. I then looked on in horror as my brother burned away into nothingness, so that not even a body remained, just the burned-out husk of a vehicle and an empty feeling of despair. The unnatural storm of ashes that had dogged us throughout this ill-fated journey had whipped up to unbelievable speeds at this point, pelting my skin and stinging my eyes, though I had hardly noticed it. In truth, I felt that I was going to die, and I was okay with it. I didn't want to be in that awful place alone. I laid on the cold asphalt and gravel, waiting for death's embrace, only to find myself in an unfamiliar hospital bed when I next opened my eyes. Over the next several hours, I would learn that I had been found unconscious on the side of the highway by a passing truck who had in turn called the police and got me to a hospital. After I was awake and coherent enough to tell the doctors who I was and my family's contact information, my parents soon rushed over and nearly pulled me out of my bed when they embraced me. I was so grateful to see them I was as grateful to see them as they were to see me, but they brought with them questions I didn't really know how to answer. Where did you go? What happened to you? Then, of course, the most painful question of all. Where is Caleb? I had no words to form an answer, and I doubt they would have believed me if I did anyway. My silence told them enough. I could still hear my mom's pained sobs that penetrated the thin walls of my room from outside in the hallway, and my father's softly spoken reassurances that did no real good. Eventually, the police came to ask very similar questions, and they would not take silence for an answer. The detective who I spoke with was a reserved and professional man who was very careful with his words, but I could tell that he did not believe me when I told him that I had no recollection of what had happened to me and Caleb that night. "It'll be better for you in the long run if you told the whole truth, son," he had told me. I knew that the whole truth would likely just land me in a mental ward or maybe even jail, so I said nothing. Without any concrete evidence of foul play, the police eventually eased off of me. But that did not stop the rumors and the gossip around town, or the cold stares I got from the people I passed on the street. In the absence of a truth-telling of events, it's human nature to construct your own, and the version of events that ended up circulating around town was that I had murdered Caleb over drugs, or that maybe he had overdosed on something and I had left him to die. None of that was true, but people believed it and treated me accordingly. I was effectively a total pariah by the end of the month. That was not the worst of it, though. These things all paled in comparison to the feeling I felt whenever I would walk by Caleb's empty room, which in the months and years following his death had become a kind of shrine to his memory. Whenever I look at his room now, I know what it is to be haunted. Real hauntings do not come from wraiths or spirits, but from memories, and the knowledge that someone who should be there is not. That detective still comes around every now and again to check on me and to ask if I'm ready to talk, though I always tell him that I have nothing to say. He has become like my only friend. I think I may tell him everything one day, when I have nothing else to lose and when I can hold on to this thing no longer. There is no happy ending to my story, only a plea that you cherish those you love, because you never know when they will be gone from the world forever, and a warning that if you ever find yourself in Pompeii, Indiana, for the love of God, Stay away from the late-night creature feature. I tell everyone that asks to embrace the motto, "Stay out, stay alive." It is no joke. You're tempting fate each time you wriggle into an abandoned mine, especially without proper preparation and knowledge. Trespassing charges, cave-ins, and noxious gases are all dangers you face while venturing underground, but they're not the worst. Far from it. Many other things lurk in the mines, too, and I learned that the hard way. My friend and I ignored the signs, and I hope you can learn from our mistakes. During our freshman year in college, my roommate, Ben, and I stupidly began exploring abandoned mines for fun, and it soon turned into a hobby. We were both new to southern Ohio, where adits and shafts dotted the forests and hills like blemishes on an unkempt face. The long-abandoned mines were easy to come across and hard to stay out of if you were curious and dumb. Unfortunately, we were both. We discovered the thrill entirely by accident while on a hiking trip early on in the fall semester. I'd heard from a local guy about a ghost town hidden in the national forest surrounding our campus, and I asked Ben to help me find it. He obliged, and we went out hiking one week in search of it. I will not share the town's name here, but we successfully found the small community's remains. However, we were disappointed to see that only a few crumbled foundations were all that still stood, scattered about in a valley between two steep hills. There were no buildings left at all, nor the remnants of any roads. The forest had swallowed up the town almost entirely. We felt let down and were about to begin the long hike back to the car when Ben stopped me and pointed out the entrance to what he thought was a small cave. It was tucked at the base of one of the hills, about 100 yards off from the nearest foundation and almost entirely obscured by the forest's thick vegetation. Only when we slipped inside did we realize that we had entered a crudely sealed coal mine. While the town above had rotted away to the point of obscurity, its former lifeblood had remained remarkably well preserved. The timbering supporting the roof still bore the soot stains from the miners' carbide lamps. A train of minecarts stood idle in the tunnel ahead of us, and we went to explore it with only cell phone flashlights. I found one of them filled with extra hardware and snagged an interesting-looking hinge that I still begrudgingly own. We only explored a bit further than the end of the mine train before deciding to head out. We agreed to come back some other time, more prepared, but I knew that wouldn't be very long. The first mine thoroughly teased my appetite for exploration, and I wanted more. Back in my dorm, I started to read up on mine exploration. It turns out many others shared my new interest. There was a whole community, in fact, and I must admit, free information from other explorers was abundant online, and the supplies they used weren't too expensive. I thought I could become a mine explorer also, and coddled myself with vague snippets of mine safety. I naively thought collapses and black damp were all I had to look out for. I hadn't given myself time to become aware of my own ignorance before I ordered oxygen detectors, hard hats, and high-powered flashlights, thinking they were all we needed to go below ground safely. I also found a public database created by the state government, and a compilation of all their information on current and past mining operations. One of the database's most convenient tools plotted the extent of every mine in the state on an easy-to-use map. Its purpose was to help homeowners determine if their properties were susceptible to subsidence, but I exploited it. The map gave precise coordinates of mine entrances and their corresponding underground maps, so I started a list of places to explore. It also kept track of which mine entries were inaccessible and which were still wide open. Even better was most of these mines were on public land, deep in the national forest and away from people. The likelihood of getting caught by rangers out there was near zilch. The Forest Service had a plan for sealing abandoned mines, but with hundreds of openings to deal with, it was impossibly expensive for them to patrol them all, much less seal them. This, combined with the information that I gleaned from the internet, meant Ben and I had a backlog of locations to explore and no chance of incurring trespassing charges. And explore we did. The thrill of it continued to grow each time we checked another mine off the list, and we soon became bolder and more foolish. We were a couple of idiots. Hunting down the mines was no more challenging than searching for a public park online. The only difficulty we had was finding the overgrown entrances. It was like the ultimate form of geocaching, and we started to have too much fun with it, entering any mine works we found open, regardless of their condition. Then, one day, towards the end of the fall semester, it all came to a head, and we unknowingly hunted down the last mine we would ever explore. This mine had a name, but I've decided to rename it to Peytonville Mine for this story. I don't want anyone to discover its precise location, at least not as easily as I did. Even if someone pieces it together, they would no longer be able to enter this mine anyway, so I feel safe posting this. According to the maps and information, there was nothing too remarkable about the Peytonville mine other than its size. It operated for the better half of a century before closing down in the mid-1950s. By then, it had accumulated a maze of tunnels over the decades from mining both iron and coal. As such, it had a much grander entrance than anything else we had explored. Nearly 10 feet tall and reinforced with brick, like the entrance to a fancy train tunnel. However, a handful of monolithic concrete blocks impeded our passage into the mine. They were the kind of blocks used to construct a seawall, highway median. They looked new. A sign, a warning of trespassing charges, also stood out front. It bore the U.S. Forest Service logo and Smokey Bear's image, waving a finger saying, "Stay out, stay alive." The sign also looked relatively new, and we guessed that the Forest Service must have put them there in an attempt to seal the mine. These new signs and barriers worried me. The mine was most likely dangerous in some way. Remember, the Forest Service's budget only allowed them to seal a few dozen each year, and I knew that they prioritized based on the location of any given mine. Plus, this mine was far away from any roads or well-traveled trails, but we didn't heed these warnings. Ben pointed to a small hole between two of the blocks, about 6 feet off the ground. I knew that I was ignoring my gut. I soon found myself climbing up the barricade and shimmying through the narrow opening behind him. Once inside, I dropped back down to the floor and turned on my flashlight. This mine was nothing like any of the others we had entered. It was much more elaborate. I shined my light along the empty cart track and could not see the end. The miners had taken the time to line this tunnel with brick, continuing it from the entrance to form an arched passageway that served to prevent the main haulage tunnel from collapsing. It was also reminiscent of a small train tunnel. I felt safe in here, and the tunnel's conditions seemed better than anything we'd ever seen before. I wondered why they took the time to try to seal this one. We started down the empty tunnel and continued for several hundred yards. Usually, the mines would have branched out into a grid by this point, but this one continued in a straight, brick-lined passageway for as far as our lights would shine. Ben suggested that the face of the mine might be miles back after years of operation. I agreed. He was probably right. The only deviations from the straight tunnel were small, evenly spaced setbacks that I thought only allowed miners to step out of the way of passing ore carts. They were nothing of interest until we arrived at one with some unusual graffiti, markings left by miners to alert each other to dangers and exit routes were not uncommon to find. But this piece of graffiti was different. It was a crudely drawn outline of a humanoid figure and lacked any other features aside from 2 red-painted eyes and the faint outline of a set of wings. Where the outline's chest should have been, there was a hole passing through the tunnel's brick wall. I took a picture and then shined my light through the hole to see what lay beyond. I could see that another part of the mine lay behind the wall, running off perpendicular to the main tunnel, another adit. I hypothesized that the other setbacks we walked must have also been other long-sealed adits. From what I read online, it was not uncommon for miners to seal off disused portions of their mines to improve air circulation, so this was not too weird of a find for me. I paid little attention to the graffiti. The small hole at its center interested me more. It was similar in size to the one we squeezed through at the mine's entrance, but someone had chiseled through the blocks to form this one. Ben started to push through before I could stop him, and I knew I had to go with him. We weren't stupid enough to ditch the buddy system. I bit my lips and followed him into the chest of the outline. Once through the wall, the construction of the tunnel changed entirely. No longer was the tunnel lined with brick, but instead was supported haphazardly by timbers. The ceiling was also much lower in there, and neither of us could stand up completely. This air looked much more like the other mines we had explored, and much closer to caving in. As we continued in this new direction, my trepidation increased as the ceiling quality decreased. Soon, we were walking across car-sized heaps of rock that had fallen from above. I suggested to Ben that we head back to the other tunnel, but he brushed off my worries and still wanted to explore this new one further since we had no map of it. I continued to follow him, pleading about the mine's condition and reminding him that a cave-in would be the end of us. I knew this was not safe, but I could not leave him alone. Getting separated was the worst possible thing to happen underground. Eventually, we got to the point where the adit split into 3 different directions. Again, I told Ben we should head back. The fork was a likely indication that the adit branched out into a grid ahead of us. I didn't want to add to my list of worries with the thought of getting lost underground. I pleaded with Ben that we were risking both a cave-in and becoming lost, but he still ignored me. I turned back and started towards the hole, hoping he wouldn't be likely to go far without me. I waited for the sound of him scrambling to catch back up with me, but it never came. Instead, he trained his flashlight on something in the distance and started towards it. He beckoned me over, and I tried denying him, but he was adamant that I come to see what he had found. I shook my head in regret and started climbing over the fallen rocks to catch up with him. I stood next to him and shined my light at his discovery. For a moment, we stood there, trying to discern what our beams of light had illuminated. Something had dug out a divot into the gravel floor, forming a nest of sorts. In it laid a mess of shredded cloth, bedding, I assume. Ben thought we had found a large rat's nest, but I disagreed. This was too large to have been made by rats, and I had no idea where the cloth would have come from. We were nearly a quarter of a mile from the mine's entrance. This was too deep for even a rat to drag something this far. Even if someone tossed a bag of clothes right at the entrance, this was still too far. I started to feel uncomfortable. To my dismay, Ben stuck his hand into the pile of tattered cloth and dug around. He pulled out a soft-shelled egg, almost as large as that of an ostrich, and looked up at me in horror. The egg was somewhat translucent, and he held his light up to it. We could see something moving inside the semi-translucent shell. My curiosity overtook me at that point as well, and I went and pulled the cloth from the nest while Ben stood inspecting his egg. As I flung the foul-smelling material from the roost, I realized that the nest contained a whole clutch of these eggs. Dozens of them. All the little creatures inside squirmed as my light hit them. I had never seen anything like this, and I stumbled backwards and tripped over some of the rocks. Ben, still holding his egg, looked over to see what I discovered. He seemed just as unsettled as I was. I don't think either of us had any clue as to what we were looking at. As we looked worryingly at each other, we heard something rustle in the darkness in front of us. Ben scanned around the tunnels with his light, and his beam came to rest on a pair of red, reflective eyes further back in the darkness. and he almost dropped the flashlight. Alarmed at the sight before us, I aimed my light in the same direction and was horrified to illuminate the outline of another person standing in the tunnel, watching us, wearing what I thought was a trench coat. Although humanoid in form and standing on two legs, we soon learned this creature was not another human being. What I mistook for a coat wrapped around the creature's body unfurled into a pair of bat-like wings with a span of 12 feet at least. They'd almost touched the sides of the adit. Both Ben and I screamed. Ben threw the egg in his hands to the floor with a loud splat and ran past me. I picked myself up and ran after him, occasionally aiming my flashlight into the darkness behind us to check where the creature was. The last I saw, it was atop its nest, seeming to inspect the clutch of eggs for damage. An ear-piercing howl erupted through the cavernous space, and I rushed to cover my ears in response to the painful sound. It must have found the egg Ben threw. I couldn't stop running. I knew my safety depended on it. I dropped my hands and continued down the tunnel. Another wail ripped through the air, and I heard something shuffle on the rocks behind me. I knew that the creature was chasing after us. I did not need to turn around for confirmation. The sounds told me it was close. I ran like hell, kicking and stumbling my way down the tunnel. When I got to the hole, Ben was already halfway through. I could hear the creature approaching behind us, and I shoved Ben's legs the rest of the way through the void as I followed right behind him. I fell to the floor, on the other side of the wall, and scrambled back to my feet, aiming my flashlight back at the hole. I realized what the humanoid graffiti around it meant. It was another overlooked warning. The outline represented the creature on the other side, but I had little time to ponder this, as a pair of gnarled, claw-like hands started to push through the outline's chest. The creature stumbled through the hole before shaking itself off and wailing again. Ben and I continued down the main tunnel towards the mine's entrance. We ran like hell in the freedom of the larger tunnels, free of debris. Unfortunately, this freedom also applied to the creature. I heard its wings unfurl, and I could feel the wind as they began to flap in the enclosed space of the tunnel. I ducked as the creature flew past me and towards Ben. He didn't have the time to dodge, but instead managed to get one good blow on the thing's head with his flashlight as it swooped in on him. The creature fell to the floor in a heap, and its wings stopped moving. I wasted no time in jumping over the pacified beast and past my stunned roommate. I was determined to squeeze through the mine's exit first. I did not want to be the last one in the mine with that thing. I'm aware that sounds selfish, but those are the decisions you have to make when it's life or death. The final 100 yards of the tunnel felt like the longest distance I'd ever run. I could see the light peeking through between the cracks of the barricade entrance, but my adrenaline slowed time to a crawl. I kept waiting for the creature to come at me from behind, but I got to the exit before that happened. I climbed up the barricade and started to squeeze through the hole, delighted to see the sunlit forest on the other side. I squirmed the rest of the way through, while Ben screamed at me to hurry. He said the creature was waking back up, and started to push on my feet in an attempt to speed me up. I fell the full 6 feet to the ground on the other side, landing on my head. I remember lying there, dazed, watching as Ben began to squeeze his way through. Ben started screaming again. This time that the creature had his feet, and I sprung back up and grabbed his arms. I pulled as hard as I could, but he wasn't budging. I told him to start kicking, which allowed me to get some headway, but I could hear the creature wailing in the tunnel behind him, still playing a fierce game of tug-of-war. As I fought to free Ben, I noticed that the creature seemed to be avoiding the beams of light that made it past Ben. After what seemed like an hour, but was likely only a minute, I won the battle, and again fell back to the ground, this time with my roommate landing directly on top of me. I pushed him to the side, and we both lay there, panting. We heard the monster moaning from inside the tunnel, but it didn't try and chase after us anymore. I was almost certain that if it weren't for the daylight, we'd be dead. I got up and started to dust myself off, and watched as Ben tried to do the same. However, as he tried to stand, he kept falling back. I looked down at his legs and yelled at him to stay on the ground. His right leg was mangled and looked broken. There was no way he could walk out on this injury inflicted by the creature. There was little chance of getting any reception this far into the forest, but we still tried. Neither of us had a single bar. We were too far away from the highway, which was the only area in the national forest with consistent coverage. We had to formulate another plan. I was dizzying from hitting my head, but came to realize that I would have to hike out alone and bring back help. A ranger outpost was about 5 miles away, but I had parked the car 5 miles in the opposite direction. My roommate urged me to get help and leave him behind. I was apprehensive, but agreed that it was our only option. I gave him my pocket knife and started towards the station. Thankfully, GPS works just fine without service, and I wasn't worried about getting lost. I was worried that the thing from the mine would emerge and come after my roommate before I could come back with help. After all, the sunset was only a few short hours away. The hike was grueling, and I felt disoriented, but I trusted my phone's directions and eventually arrived at the small station almost 2 hours later, now with less than an hour until sunset. Luckily, I saw a ranger's utility vehicle parked out front, and I ran to the station's door and started banging. A young man, not much older than me, opened the door and brought me inside, introducing himself and asking why I needed help. For the sake of privacy, I'll call him Rick. I wasted no time telling Rick that my friend was injured and unable to hike out, but I reserved the details about entering the mine or the creature chasing it. Instead, I told him that Ben fell down a ravine nearby the mine. Rick grabbed his radio and asked if I knew my roommate's exact location. I told him we were hiking near one of the nearby creeks, which wasn't a complete lie, and gave him the coordinates for the mine's entrance, hoping he wouldn't catch on to our trip's real purpose. Rick shook his head as he looked at the coal dust smeared across my shirt. He knew the truth. I clearly remember what he said on the radio. "This is Rick from the Athens unit. I have an injury outside the Peytonville mine. All armed and available personnel, please respond. Sunsets in 45. Rick grabbed his rifle and some ammunition before ushering me out to his side-by-side. He loaded the gun and placed it in the back seat. I was scared shitless at this point and worried about Ben, but Rick looked me in the eyes and told me to calm down and tell him what had happened, honestly. He seemed both angry and intensely worried. I didn't lie about being in the mine and rambled off the story, sharing random details as I could remember them, including the nest, the outline warning, the wings. I'll never forget those wings. I thought my story came out entirely incoherent, but Rick started up the engine and told me, "Now, that story sounds about right." I wasn't for sure why he believed my crazy story, and his next question only confused me further. He asked me if I knew why the federal government had designated this land a national forest. I had no idea what the question had to do with that creature or the injury Ben sustained from it. Over the engine's roaring, and while navigating rugged trails, Rick began to give an impressive monologue, one that I'll never forget. Uncontrolled industry results in unforeseen consequences. That's just a fact of human nature. So it's unsurprising that people mined and deforested these lands into a veritable wasteland within a couple of generations of European settlement. And this happened not just here, but across the country. In response, the federal government created the Forest Service and National Park System to restore that damage and preserve our country's national resources for further generations. Although, to tell you the truth, that's only part of what we do. We've always known that protecting the forests means more than just wildfire prevention and tree planting. There are extreme dangers here, too. Things that most people don't believe in. We prefer to handle some things in secrecy, and it's like that around any national forest or park. You see, there are places in this world, like here in this forest, where hell is a bit closer to the surface. And when the mines started going deeper, they uncovered things that should have stayed buried. Supernatural might be a good word, but the point is we've got to protect people from threats they don't even know exist. What you saw today is one of the things that our rangers work hard to keep underground, all across the continent. The miners before us knew this too, and did what they could to keep things calm as well. That outline on the sealed tunnel you told me about was a warning to other miners not to unleash what hid behind the wall. If I had to guess, they knew what was in there. Us rangers are just the latest in a long line of stewards for lands like this. The miners before us and the Native Americans before them, I didn't doubt the supernatural. They accepted the dangers that lurked around them. Nowadays, people don't believe in anything like that. But it's still real, so we just do our work in secret. Besides, I don't think today's society could handle the truth anymore. This information stunned me, to say the least, and I was unsure how to respond. For a second, I believed that Rick was joking with me for interrupting his evening, especially since my roommate's injury occurred in an abandoned mine that was very much off limits. I must have looked confused and skeptical of his story because Rick said to me, "Your story was quite fantastical too. I guess we'll just have to believe one another." He tapped the loaded rifle in the seat behind him, and I knew he wasn't joking either. As we sped through the dirt roads and trails back towards where I had left my roommate, Rick told me more about the Rangers' additional duties. He said they'd been having problems with the Peytonville mine for years, ever since it closed and the miners stopped maintaining the walls within the mine. Creatures would break out every so often, and the Forest Service had to hunt them down before they came across the public. Years ago, in the 1960s, Rick said one of the creatures, similar to what Ben and I saw, escaped from some miners a few states over. The beast wreaked havoc for several nights before the Forest Service could hunt it down and put a bullet through it. Although, enough people claimed to have seen it that the creature had become cemented in Appalachian folklore in the years since then. Rick thought I'd seen the same beast, and he didn't want another escape to occur. As we neared the mine entrance, Rick asked me again if I was sure that we came across a nest with eggs while we were underground. I told him I was positive, and reminded him that the creature revealed itself after my roommate picked up one of its eggs, and only chased us after he threw the egg. Rick bit his lip and seemed worried about this detail. He said that the creature was going to be vengeful for screwing with its nest. I looked up to the sun low in the sky, and then back to Rick, and knew we didn't have a moment to waste. As we came around the final curve in the trail leading to the mine, I could see Ben still lying where I had left him nearly 2 hours earlier. He shouted and waved his hands, screaming that I had taken too long. He said the creature had been wailing and taunting him since we left. While Rick and I helped Ben into the bed of the utility vehicle, we heard another wail emanate from the edit. Rick rustled for his rifle. He told us that the sun would be down soon, and they needed to solve the problem by then. He got on his radio and asked when the other rangers would arrive. I heard the garbled voices of several others reply they were only several minutes out. With Ben lying softly in the back of the utility vehicle, Rick headed towards the mine with his rifle cocked. He shouted for me to stay behind, while he trained his rifle at the singular hole leading into the otherwise barricaded adit. "I'm guarding, there's still backup arrives." A couple of minutes later, one of the other rangers showed up in a four-wheeler with a crate strapped to the back. He pulled up beside Rick and quickly hopped off the rummage through the rear of the ATV, eventually producing what appeared to be several sticks of dynamite. Rick seemed to discuss the situation for a minute with his cohort while he stood with his rifle trained on the small, dark hole. Eventually, he yelled back to us to prepare for a boom and said that they planned to collapse the entrance to seal in both the creature and its offspring. "We gotta get this closed up before it gets dark. That bitch'll emerge with a vengeance." The other ranger finished taping the sticks together and moved closer to the entrance. He looked up to the hole and then to the explosives in his hand. He seemed nervous. Rick cheered him on and yelled at him to climb up the barricade and toss it in. The ranger slowly climbed the concrete blocks to the small hole level and reached for a lighter from his pocket. He balanced on a small ledge as he lit the explosive's long fuse. but as he threw the bundle into the orifice of the mine, a clawed arm reached from within and grabbed a hold of the ranger's arm. The creature's skin started to smoke in the sunlight, but I don't think it cared. It then pulled the ranger into the mine, lit explosives and all, with one powerful movement. The man went quiet, only having time for a slight gasp of surprise before entirely disappearing into the mine. Rick lowered his weapon, with a stunned look on his face, and ran away from the added entrance, taking cover behind a fallen tree. He screamed for us to duck and cover, but I couldn't peel my eyes out. I watched in horror as the creature's wings pushed through the hole as it attempted to escape the bomb it just brought inside its lair. Right when its hellish face poked through, the dynamite went off and blew the thing to bits, collapsing the mine entrance in the process. The explosion was incredible. As the debris and dust settled, I could tell the Peytonville mine entrance was utterly obliterated, well and truly sealed. The hazard sign placed out front by the Forest Service still stood, but bent and tattered, its purpose now redundant. Nothing would ever get in or out of that mine ever again. Or so I hoped. 3 other rangers arrived only minutes after the explosion and ran to Rick, who was still lying on the ground, clutching his rifle. One of them yelled at Rick, demanding to know what had just happened and where the missing ranger was. Rick pointed towards the collapsed adit and said, "It took him in with the dynamite." Ben got away with a broken leg, and I only sustained a few bruises, but dealing with the situation's trauma was much worse. The Forest Service never made any public announcements about the ranger killed in the blast, and they wrote it off as an accident. No one other than the rangers believed our story, and even still, they have publicly denied the events I wrote about. But I understand their decision in a way. The public wouldn't believe them even if they told the truth, and people ridicule what they don't understand. However, I still hope some of you will believe my story and heed my warning to stay out of abandoned mines. And just remember, there are people out there, like the forest ranger, who work in the shadows to protect us from things we can't understand. And they do it all without the expectation of glory or recognition. Try and respect everyone, because you never know who the hidden heroes are. This happened to me last year when I was on a search and rescue mission. It was for a family who went missing 2 weeks ago. We received news from the police that they received a ping from a GPS tracking beacon. I gathered my team together to get ready to head out. "Hey, Covey, you got a light?" Carlton asked, a cigarette hanging loosely from his mouth. Carlton and I always got along well since we were children. "Sure, I got one," I said as I handed him a matchstick. "What's the matter with your lighter?" he asked, taking a puff out of his cigarette. "Does it really matter?" I replied to him. "No, but I assume someone like you would have a lighter, not carry around matchsticks all the time." "Okay," I said, before we dove into another conversation. "Get everything ready to go so we can leave." He packed everything essential, such as a map, a compass, extra food and water, extra clothes, flashlights, a first aid kit, and a fire starter kit. We were ready to go. We got into our trucks and headed out for the woods from our base. As we headed into the woods, the clouds started getting darker and darker. "Looks like rain clouds," Carlton said, looking out the window with a blank expression. "Yeah, only the more reason to find that family fast," I responded. Carlton always had a hard time on these missions. I could tell. We got onto the main hiking trail, which would take us to where the beacon went off. We started walking with the rest of the group, which consisted of me, a 37-year-old man who looks older than who he is and seen way too much. Carlton, a 34-year-old with bright red hair and a sense of humor none of us have. Amy, a blonde-haired 28-year-old with big blue eyes and black glasses. Chris, a 47-year-old with dark gray hair and an attitude you would not want to fuck with. Charlotte, an 18-year-old with long brown hair and big brown eyes. Russell, a 58-year-old retired police officer who looked like he was 70. Corey, a 26-year-old with black hair shaved close to his head. Jack, a 42-year-old. He was incredibly traumatized by something from his past involving a hunting trip. And Zachary, an incredibly brave 39-year-old with a shaved head and lots of upper muscle. We all hiked along the trail, hoping the family would be alive. "Hey, Colby," Carlton said. "Do you have the feeling that something's wrong here?" Carlton asked. "Yeah, I feel it too," Charlotte added. The rest of us didn't feel a thing. They were known for being paranoid on these missions, so we just continued on. Nightfall came quick, and the rain slowly started to fall. We never really saw any signs of disaster, and as we reached the area, we were all horrified. The site was destroyed, with scratch marks covering the trees around it. The tents were torn through, and all the items were scattered. Jack walked up to my side. "What in the living hell happened here?" he whispered to himself. The rain was heavily pouring now, so we put on our raincoats from our backpacks. That's when we heard a loud snapping noise behind us. We heard Carlton let out small whimpers as we all turned to see what he was looking at. We all froze instantly. We saw it in the trees, just staring at us. It was a tall, pale, brown creature with fur running down its back. It had what looked like tight skin stretched over a deer skull, with dark hollow sockets with glowing yellow eyes. It had 2 stubs where antlers would have once been, 2 very long arms stretching down to its calves, with long fingers reaching down to its bear-like feet. Its body was almost skeletal. It stood at least 10 feet tall. We all froze and slowly started to back away as the thing starts to approach us. The creature stood there, watching us with its beady eyes. It kept its distance until Carlton walked forward. "Carlton, get your ass back!" Russell yelled. The creature reacted to Russell's words, charging, and too quick to realize, shoved its fingers through his chest. He gasped in pain, and Corey took off running. We were all frozen in terror. It looked at us and chuckled quietly. It removed its fingers from Russell's chest, and he dropped to the ground completely motionless. It was obvious Russell was dead. I felt a fit of rage and pulled out my revolver. I always had one on me. I shot the entire round of bullets into that creature's face. The creature toppled backwards, and we all turned and ran. I heard fast footsteps behind, then I felt a surge of pain in my back. It slashed down my back. I couldn't move my legs. Jack and Zachary grabbed me and picked me up and started running. The creature then attacked Amy. It grabbed her back and snapped her neck. Carlton spotted a cave as the creature swung back and charged at him. We made it to the cave before it could kill any more of us. It followed us into the cave as we retreated into the darkness. We came across an area that seemed to be easily collapsible, so we could save us some time. I took out my gun and shot the roof of the cave a few times, and the rocks fell, covering our exit. It would buy us some time for now. We started a fire and are still shaken up from what happened. I reassured Carlton and the others we would go back for the bodies if we could. "If we could? With that creature out there, it would kill us all if we left now," Jack said. "We don't even know if Corey is alive. He ran off," Charlotte added. "We will suffocate if we stay in here," Zachary complained. "Oh, I'm sorry if you'd rather be torn apart," I argued. "I have a tracking beacon. I'll set it off when we—" There was a loud crash from the collapsed entrance. Rocks tumbled onto the ground. Another crash came, and all the rocks that blocked the exit fell to the ground. The creature stood there, keeping us closed in, and we all huddled together. The creature stood there with a smile spread across its face. It had something in its hand. It threw it to the ground, only to reveal it was Corey's head. Charlotte screamed, and Carlton bent over on his hands and knees. Corey's head still had his eyes open in terror. I still couldn't move my legs. The creature was standing there, and that's when I saw Zachary ramming into the creature. The creature fell over. Charlotte and Chris grabbed me and ran past the creature. They ran so fast with me, I thought it was impossible. We came to a river and saw a passageway underneath a waterfall. We hid there, and it had enough room for us. It was only now that I realized that Zachary was missing. "Oh, fuck. What do we do now?" Chris asked, his voice full of terror.
"We stay here for now. It should buy us some time to use that beacon to call for backup,"
Carlton said, failing to keep the anxiety out of his voice. "You saw what that fucking thing did to Corey, Russell, Amy, and I hope not Zachary. It would be wise to try to escape the area first to avoid more bloodshed," I said. Carlton sat up and glared at me. Jack put a hand on his shoulder to signify for him to leave it. Jack turned to face me, who was still paralyzed from the waist down, lying in my own blood. I was incredibly uncomfortable, but the others were able to stop most of the bleeding that would have killed me.
"Carlton, I think we need to accept the fact that we are all going to die here. I mean, the thing is ruthless and—"
He cut off, sounding a little nervous. "And what? Jack, and what?" "Fine. I encountered the thing before, okay? I saw what it did to my father and my granddad." We all stared at Jack with a look of shock. I went hunting when I was 10 with my granddad and father. We heard our mother calling to us, but we were too far into the woods for her to be around. Dad decided to go and see if she just came looking for us. I hid behind a stump with my granddad. When my dad went to see, a large creature came out. It was the exact same creature as what we just saw, but it had antlers. My dad tried to run from it, but it got to him, tearing him apart and eating his flesh. Me and my granddad were in shock. My granddad grabbed his gun and shot it twice in the head, and he blew its antlers off. I then saw him load up a strange bullet and shoot it into the creature's chest. It caused the creature to screech in pain and fall back. My granddad told me to run as I heard him shoot the hell out of that thing, and then heard flesh being torn apart. I made it back to my house and we called the police. I saw them dragging out of the woods what was left of my granddad and father. Jack looked around nervously at the group. To understand what we're dealing with, I need to tell you the legend of the Wendigo. Charlotte was doing her best at changing my bandages so I wouldn't be so uncomfortable. The Wendigo? You mean that myth about a creature that can mimic other voices, along with being an incredibly dangerous hunter? I asked doubtfully.
You know, that's not what I expected it to look like,
Carlton added.
You must be joking, right? Nobody's seen a Wendigo and survived to tell the story, which is why I suggest we give up now.
Unless... Jack trailed off.
Unless what?
I asked. My voice was filled with anxiety.
Unless there's something in my granddad's journal. You know, he had a cabin in the area, and he always told me stories about the Wendigo, so maybe he knew more than he was letting on. How far is it?
Carlton asked with a grim expression.
It should be a few miles out north from here,
Jack answered.
I'm going to stay with Kobe. You and Carlton go and find the cabin,
Charlotte said.
Okay, Kobe, give me the revolver. And Chris, you are coming too,
Jack added, clearly not wanting to fuck around. Chris got up without hesitation and headed towards the opening. I handed Jack the revolver with all the bullets I had on me. Within a few minutes of packing, the three of them left, me and Charlotte. It was about midnight, but we were still wide awake, too afraid to fall asleep. We heard loud footsteps outside, followed by snarling. Charlotte picked me up and hid me in a crevice in the rock and pushed me in so I could hide. She put her finger to her lips and walked away towards the exit of the space. I had no choice but to watch in horror what happened next.
The Wendigo walked through the waterfall into this space. It was hunched over, and its mouth was agape, revealing 2 more rows of teeth. Its tongue was long and forked like a snake, and I could only now see the little stubs that were once antlers on its head. Charlotte rushed out of the corner of the space, screaming and jumping on its back, shoving a large hunting knife into the creature's neck. The creature screeched in pain as it threw her to the ground, promptly pulling out the knife. The Wendigo looked at her and snickered as it grabbed her by the throat and lifted her off the ground. I had to watch my friend die, knowing I couldn't do anything to save her. I sobbed quietly as I saw Charlotte go limp. The creature then promptly tore her in half, then devoured her. "Kobe!" I heard Jack scream. "In here!" I yelled back, still sobbing. It was daylight now, and they were all back, looking over the pools of blood on the floor and bits and pieces of flesh that were once Charlotte. Chris bent over the gruesome sight and sobbed loudly. I joined him in sobbing, crying until I couldn't anymore. "We need to leave, now," Chris said, after he was finished sobbing. "The cabin is safe for us to go to. We found Zachary, what was left of him," he said, looking down at his shoes, now stained with dried blood. "All right, we can't stay here anymore. That thing might be back any minute to kill us all," Chris said, sounding out of breath. That was when I noticed my current condition. Since I couldn't feel anything below the chest, I realized my pants were soaked with piss. The others noticed. I could see them turning away from the putrid smell. They lifted me up and walked out of the space, the warm sun beaming on my cold face. My vision started to fade now, realizing I never slept for 2 days. I slowly closed my eyes and faded into sleep. I woke up on the couch in an old, abandoned cabin. It was obvious it was neglected. The paint was peeling, weeds were growing out of the cracks in the floorboards, and several mice scurried across the floor into a hole large enough for a man. I grabbed the arm of the couch and pulled my body up, still paralyzed from the chest down. I saw Chris walk into the room with a bottle of water in hand. "Oh, good. You're finally awake," he said, sitting down next to me on the couch. "We, changed your pants while you were sleeping. I do have some news now, though," Chris added, his expression grim. "What?" I asked. "We found Zachary, and he is, was alive the last time I saw him." "What?" I was surprised by my own volume. "He's in the other room, but he's in very bad shape. He's not going to make it much longer," Jack said, looking down at the rotting floorboards. He lifted me up and carried me into the next room to see him. I damn near screamed at the sight of him. His jaw was loosely hanging off his face by a few strands of muscle and tendons. One eye was completely missing, while the other was hanging from a socket. Deep red cuts were all along his body, and his entire left arm and right hand were missing, and his legs his legs were missing below the kneecaps, and his throat was slit. Carlton and Jack walked into the room with a revolver in hand. "We're gonna have to, Kobe. He's in too much pain." Zachary whimpered loudly as Chris aimed the revolver at his head and fired. He wasn't in pain anymore. The fact that we had killed one of our valued teammates was hard on our mental health. Carlton sat on the old couch with his face buried in his hands. Chris was sitting on the floor next to me, and I was laid against the wall, hoping that we could find something from Jack's grandfather's journal, but it was only a chance now. "I'm back," Jack said, walking to the front door. "That should be locked." "Carlton, you fucking idiot." "I'm sorry, okay? I forgot. You need to barricade this now. Anyway, In the meantime, I was able to get some food with a bow and some arrows I found. So we have some food."
"What kind of food is it?" Chris asked, standing up and dusting off his cargo pants.
"It's a rabbit. The good thing is it should keep us fed until rescue shows up."
"What does it matter?" I said dryly. "We're all going to die anyway due to that thing before rescue would even show up to get us." Carlton had activated the beacon before we could stop him. His mind was decaying incredibly fast, and he was verbally lashing out at certain times. Jack plopped himself onto the couch next to Carlton and slouched back into the old cushions. He threw an old brown book with a strap on it onto the ground.
"Kobe, you read this while me and the other two work on some protection for the doors, okay?" Jack asked, sounding like he was in a hurry.
"Yeah, of course," I replied back. I opened the book and started reading. Journal entry 1. All my studies on the Wendigo over the years are finally starting to pay off. I found tracks, real tracks, that would not match up with any other animal in these woods. They were long and humanoid, but definitely not human. I followed them, but with no results, just ending at a space underneath a waterfall, then totally disappearing. I hope I can find a way to kill it, to stop all these missing person cases, children being lured out of their homes and never seen again. Journal entry 2. I was speaking to the First Nations tribe, and they told me multiple stories of the Wendigo. One story in particular about its being able to shapeshift and mimic voices. Now, the mimic voices I heard of, but not shapeshifting. This would open up a whole lot more questions about the Wendigo. Like, what if I had encountered it several times without knowing, or even, what if it replaced one of my family members? Journal entry 3. There is a way to kill it, if it doesn't kill you first. Its weakness is fire. If you douse the area with something flammable, then set it ablaze. Once you set the area on fire, shoot the ever-living hell out of it. Journal entry 5. I crafted a single flammable bullet, which I will take with me on a hunting trip I'm going on with my family. If that thing comes after us, the bullet won't kill it, but it would delay it long enough for at least Jack to escape. If someone is reading this, I'm sorry for the circumstances why you might be reading this. I tried my best to try to guide myself through these procedures, but I never thought about others who might read it. Another way you could delay it is shooting it with a silver bullet, kind of like a werewolf. It could buy you a few minutes. Journal entry 5. I made an important discovery. There was more than one Wendigo. There are a total of 3 Wendigo. I was able to do some research and found out what each of them were called. The King, a very powerful Wendigo, the largest of its kind. The Classic Wendigo, looks as expected when you think of a Wendigo. And the Stalker, a very fast and dangerous Wendigo. It has a very dense exoskeleton, but the fire should still do the trick with it. It also has a very acidic saliva that could burn through iron in a matter of seconds. If you are reading this, it means I'm dead, but I wish you the best of luck. And Jack, if you are reading this, I love you. Don't ever forget that. I closed the book immediately and yelled for Chris. "Get as much flammable shit as you possibly can, now." He nodded and headed down into the basement. Jack walked into the room with a bottle of bourbon. "Here, I found this in the bedroom. It should help with the pain for a little while," he said. "No, douse the whole area with all the flammable shit you can find," I said. He nodded. "There was a can of oil that could be useful," he replied. Carlton found some old rags and littered them around the cabin. Chris found a can of gasoline in the basement and was pouring trails around the apartment. I was loading up the revolver, and Jack found another bottle of whiskey he was dousing the porch with. Jack started laughing and turned to me, revealing a double-barrel shotgun.
"This should keep him in the flames," he said, loading up 2 slugs into the barrels. Carlton walked into the room with a frightened look on his face. "You all need to see this," he said, his voice full of anxiety. We all looked out the window and saw a massive exodus of wildlife. Wolves were running, bears were running, and the skies were covered in birds. This was new. This never happened before. We saw it. No, we saw them. The 3 of them. The one that killed most of us, and the second one, which was taller, with massive antlers, and this one was white. The third one was on all 4s. It was jet black, with a human skull-like head. This one was on all 4s, and 6 large spikes shooting out of its back. Its mouth was agape, revealing an orange, glowing saliva-like substance. Its eyes also glowed the brightest of them. Another difference was that it had an exoskeleton, almost armor-like in appearance. The black one started to walk on all 4s up to the porch. Jack gripped a Molotov to his chest, muttering a prayer. Carlton closed his eyes, suppressing his tears. Chris grabbed me and hid me behind the couch. The barricade would hold for a few minutes. It would give us more time to coordinate, at least. I heard the unmistakable sound of splintering wood at the door. The barricade started to come loose as the pounding increased. It tried smashing the window, but the metal bars kept it secure. Thank God for that. The barricade fell apart, all the items sprawling across the room as the door smashed open. And right then, we had to accept that we had to do this. We had to face them. I hid behind the couch and started to pray that Jack's grandfather was not wrong. Too many people were already dead now. I looked to the steps to see the figures in the tree line approaching. We heard footsteps outside the front door and back door. Chris ran to the back door, putting his full weight against the door with a thud. Carlton grabbed the Molotov and hid behind the small kitchen island, peeking his head out the occasional time to make sure everyone was in position. Jack waited next to the front door with the other Molotov. The thuds were getting louder, and they were now at the door. I took a deep breath and slid behind the couch. There was a loud bang at the back door, then the front door, and then the back again. Chris was struggling to keep it closed when all of a sudden, Chris flew across the room into a wall, destroying it, and falling to the ground, clutching his side. The back door was wide open, and the black Wendigo walked into the house, looking straight at Chris, who promptly flipped it off. The Wendigo charged at him, and Jack busted out of his hiding spot, throwing the Molotov right at the Wendigo's face. It screeched in pain as the front door flew open. The fire was spreading rapidly across the floor, and the other 2 Wendigos were backing away from the door. Carlton ran outside after the other 2 with a second Molotov in his hand. Chris came and grabbed me, and he walked me out past the now dead Wendigo. He threw me onto the ground outside and collapsed beside me. Carlton ran back to us with a revolver in his hand. "Did you get them?" I asked him. He stared back at me, coldly, before shooting Chris in the head, then aimed the gun at me. He started grimacing as he struggled to drop the gun. "What have you done?" I yelled at him through my sobs. "What has to be done?" He aimed the gun at my head again and pulled the hammer down. Jack rushed out of the cabin, tackling Carlton to the ground. Carlton threw Jack into a tree. I grabbed the revolver that was lying on the ground and shot Carlton in the head 6 times. He turned back to me and smiled cruelly, his eyes now glowing yellow. He walked up to me, his jaw dislocating like a python, his hair falling off his head. He crouched down beside me and put his hand on my chest, his fingernails growing incredibly long. Jack jumped onto his back, driving his hunting knife into his eye. The creature howled in pain as it no longer resembled Carlton. It resembled a humanoid hybrid-looking thing. It shed its disguise fully after Jack stabbed it in the neck. It was the King Wendigo. A bruised and scratched Carlton emerged from the bushes, throwing the Molotov at the wounded Wendigo. It screeched in pain as the skin melted off its bones. It looked at me and charged towards me again, but this time another Wendigo emerged from the bushes, tackling the king. I only now realize it was in a battle for dominance. After seeing its leader wounded, it would try to kill to become the alpha. The Wendigo grabbed the flaming king by the antlers and smashed it into a tree. The king grabbed the smaller Wendigo by the fist and broke the smaller one's arm. The smaller one tried to retreat, but it was too late. The king grabbed it and tore its broken arm off. I never thought I would be rooting for the smaller one, but I secretly was, because I wanted to kill that one myself. The smaller one rammed the king into the burning cabin, but the king grabbed the other one by the jaw and shoved its face into the flames. The smaller one kicked the king in the stomach and ran behind the weak king and kicked it into the flames. It grabbed a long wooden stake from the burning wreckage and rammed it into the king's chest, knocking them both to the ground. The smaller one was crawling out of the fire while the king was towering over it. It stomped onto the smaller one's head, splattering a black and green liquid everywhere. Well, shit. Now we have to deal with the king by ourselves. The king was limping out of the flames, with no skin at all. It was a truly horrifying sight, seeing its quivering organs. I lifted the revolver and shot the last few bullets I had into the king's exposed heart. The heart leaked a black fluid as the king clutched its chest. It looked at me with its one good eye as it limped towards Jack, who was frozen with fear. Carlton rushed out and drove the knife into the king's kneecap, taking its leg off. It hopped around on its good leg as it kept trying to shapeshift into different animals to escape us, but it couldn't because of its injuries. Jack pushed the king onto the ground and drove the knife into its good eye, completely blinding it. It screeched in pain as it tried to grab us. Carlton drove a sharp piece of wood into its neck as it made small, whimpering noises. It vomited black fluid all over the ground.
Wait,
It screamed in an unhuman voice.
I only try to survive.
It managed to get those words out while it vomited black fluid in between. Carlton grabbed an old hatchet off the ground and hacked its head off. "Survive that!" Jack yelled at the decapitated creature. We heard the sounds of a helicopter off in the distance. Jack grabbed the king's head and threw it into the flames. I only noticed that Chris's body was stomped out. I only noticed that Chris's body was stomped on during the Wendigo fight earlier. His head splattered just like the smaller Wendigos. Things went better from here. The rescue team found the body of the Wendigo and called a group of paranormal investigators who told them to keep it from the public. So instead, we lied and said a pack of wolves attacked us. But we knew the truth. And honestly, that was all that mattered for now. We gave everyone who died a funeral. The doctors were able to fix my spine where that thing slashed me. I can't run yet, but I'm working on that. We all quit the search and rescue jobs afterwards. I can never forget that creature that attacked us. I can never forget my friends who were killed knowing nothing but the fact that what killed them enjoyed it. I will never go into the woods again, but I do not think that would stop it. I hope you can learn from this to defend yourself against a Wendigo if you come across one. If you do, I will pray for you. Good night, and goodbye.
I'm sure you know that the world is full of terrible things. Things that if you were by chance encounter, would kill you with the same ease that you would kill an insect. The fact that humanity is a fairly weak and inconsequential species is a strange and paradoxical fact. On some level, we all know it, and yet, if the full truth of the matter goes out there will be no doubt be mass hysteria. People are afraid enough as it is, given the state of the world today, and I don't believe that making them aware of gods and monsters will improve the situation. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Robert Marsh, and as you might have guessed, I've had a bit more exposure to the supernatural than most. I've spent a significant portion of the past 500 years researching it for my own purposes. As for what ignited my interest in the supernatural, that would be vampirism. Long ago, a man I once knew saw fit to curse me with undeath, and since then I have been burdened with eternity, a life without end. It wasn't long after I became a vampire that I decided I might as well use my new time and learn all I could about my new condition, which led me down the rabbit hole of the supernatural. I've cavorted with fae, gods, spirits, and mystics, among other things, over the years. I've learned secrets that could bring civilization itself to its knees, and I suppose all that knowledge was what got the attention of the FRB. I have heard of the International Fae Relations Bureau, known to most as the FRB, prior to their initial approach of me. I thought very little of them at the time, which should not be interpreted as I thought poorly of them. I simply regarded them as another group of idealists hoping to foster a better relationship between humanity and other non-human entities. While it seemed a noble cause, I'd seen their like rise and fall before, and was ready to dismiss them as nothing more than another group of well-meaning, yet doomed fools. That was until I actually met them, at least. The year was 1985, and I was living in Rome, Italy. My life was quiet and more or less peaceful. By day, I worked in sales for a moderately sized company. Not the most exciting career for an entity such as myself, but money is a necessity to survive, and with it, I was able to live a modest life in relative comfort. Every few nights, I would go to the more expensive bars, and when a woman caught my fancy, I would make her my companion for the evening. Usually we would drink and move between bars before we retired together for the evening. While my nighttime companions were often beautiful, I was never one to overstep boundaries. Sometimes our brief relationships would grow more intimate. Other times we would simply part ways after I'd taken what I needed. An unfortunate side effect of being a vampire is that I need blood to survive. Many details regarding my kind are simple mythology. Fatal weakness to sunlight, the ability to shapeshift, and a fear of silver or crucifixes. However, our thirst for blood is all too real. I've never enjoyed taking a life, and while I could easily drain the blood from a person if I so wished, I can survive on lighter, albeit more frequent meals. My nighttime companions were usually too drunk to remember what I'd taken, and I always took care to ensure their wounds were dressed before I left them. In my long life, I have only had to claim a handful of lives, and I assure you that most of those were in self-defense. The FRB contacted me on one of my nights out. I had visited a lovely little bar that I liked to frequent and ordered myself the usual glass of red wine as I surveyed the other visitors. Most had come in pairs or groups. I was looking for the loners, much like myself, someone I could befriend for the evening. Male or female, it didn't matter to me. What I spotted was a young woman in a tight black dress, sitting by the bar. She was alone and quite lovely to behold. She looked disinterested in the world around her, and the empty glasses by her side told me that she was looking to get drunk. I knew her kind. I waved the bartender over and gave him my instructions. "Get her another drink, on me," I said, and the bartender nodded before going off to do just that. I watched as he served her her drink, and just as I'd expected, she looked over at me. I raised my glass to toast her, and she raised hers in turn, before taking a long sip. I took that as my invitation to go over. "Mind if I join you?" I asked. Not at all, Mr. Marshall, she replied, and I paused. I very rarely gave out the name I was currently living under to strangers, but she seemed to know it instinctively. I caught a wary smile on her lips as she polished off her drink. You can sit down. I'm here to talk, not to pick a fight, she said. I hesitated for a moment before taking her up on her offer. All right, I said. Let's talk then. I know you're out to feed tonight, so I won't take up too much of your time, she promised. I have to make sure I got your attention, though, and you do have a type, Mr. Marsh. A single man should be allowed the pleasure of pleasant company if he so chooses, I reply. Of course. I didn't mean to imply otherwise, the woman said. Here, let me just clear the air. My name is Amanda Spector. I'm with the International Fey Relations Bureau. My eyebrows quirked slightly. You're familiar with us? She asked. The name has come up before, yes. What exactly do you want with me? Word on the street is you've been around the block. Seen a lot, done a lot. It must have taught you a lot, too. If you're looking for information, there are more knowledgeable creatures out there, Miss Spencer. I know. We've even gone so far as to employ some of them. The FRB's interest in you is a little more hands-on. Sitting behind a desk doesn't suit you, Mr. Marsh. And what exactly is that interest? Public safety, she replied. The FRB is young, but we aren't stupid. Not everything out there wants peace, and there's countless things that just don't give a damn. To that end, they've started to put together a little subdivision. Most of our recruits so far are human, and while they've gone well enough, the higher-ups are in agreement that we could use something a little more familiar with these matters. So what? You're recruiting me into your secret police? I scoffed. I took another sip of my red wine. Hardly. The Department of Public Safety is meant to protect people from the things out there that pose a threat. Ghouls, rogue vampires, and sirens. Things that could cause some damage if left unchecked. I don't need to tell you that there are more and more incidents every day, and if these things get out, the FRB is toast. I'm recruiting you to protect people. I swirled the wine in my glass thoughtfully. And it ends at monsters and rogues, correct? I asked. I looked over at her. If that's what you're asking, then I'll consider it. But I'm not an assassin, Miss Spencer. I'm not looking for one. I'm looking for a guardian, she replied. There was something in her eyes that made me believe her. Desperation, sincerity, I'm still not sure which. I finished my glass and stood up. I'll think about it, I said. That's all I ask, she replied, and set a business card on the table. When you're ready to start, give me a call. I pocketed the card and she tipped me one final smile before I left. I had no intention of ever calling her, but the words she said lingered in my mind. I can't say I had much faith in the FRB, but if nothing else, I respected their interactions, and I suppose that was enough. I called Spectre at dawn the next day, and I never looked back. My orientation within the FRB did not last long. Technically speaking, I already had centuries of experience in the field, so the biggest thing to adjust to was the new system. It wasn't long before I received my first assignment and was out in the field working for them. The briefing said that there had been an attack on a small cottage just north of Naples. A family had been killed by something that had come out of the woods, presumably by a ghoul, judging by the description of the carnage it had inflicted. Ghouls are particularly nasty creatures. Stripped of their humanity by inhuman powers, all that remains of them are pale, malformed husks who only think about their next meal, whatever that may be. They are gruesome creatures who often run afoul of civilization, and the act of killing them is a mercy. I had been instructed to visit a certain restaurant 2 kilometers away from the site of the attack. It was there that I would meet my soon-to-be partner, Gustav Hauser. Gustav was a short and stocky man, although much of his bulk seemed to be muscle. His skin was pale and his eyes were a cold blue. He wore his long brown hair down to a ponytail. I recognized him on sight as he entered the restaurant, and he seemed to pick me out of the modest lunch crowd immediately. The moment he laid eyes on me, he regarded me with an intensity that made me slightly uneasy. I knew disgust when I saw it, but I pretended to ignore it in favor of at least attempting to begin a proper working relationship. "You're the vampire?" he asked as he sat down across from me. "Just call me Marshall," I replied. "Mr. Hauser, I presume." "Gustav," he corrected. "I assume you've been briefed." I have. Most likely a ghoul attack. I'd assume you'd seen a lot of those, correct?" Gustav scoffed. "Once a week, more or less. Damn things are everywhere. Never gets easy seeing them. I don't suppose they'd affect you much given your condition." "On the contrary. I've seen their like for centuries, and they've never failed to disturb me. Immortality doesn't chip away at one's humanity if you don't let it." He let out a huff that could have meant many things. "We'll leave when the sun goes down," he said. "See if we can't draw the ghoul out." "Wouldn't it be more difficult to engage it at night?" I asked. "Yes, but considering your condition, I can move perfectly fine in daylight, if that's what you're worried about," I interrupted. "Please don't worry about my condition. I can assure you that it won't be a hindrance or a threat." "I can assure you it won't too," he replied. "If you think you're up for it, we could head out after you eat. You do eat, don't you?" "On occasion," I replied. "The lobster looked particularly appetizing, if you're a seafood man." Again, Gustav huffed, sounding less annoyed this time. He picked up his menu and skimmed through it without another word. Perhaps he might not have liked me right off the bat, but I could work with that. After we ate, we drove to the cottage. It was a quiet little place, well off the beaten path. A prime spot for a ghoul. As we drove up to the old building, I could see the broken glass of the windows and the yellow lines of the police tape. Gustav parked just outside the tape, and we both got out. We approached the building together, and I could smell the old blood inside. "How long ago was the attack?" I asked. "The bodies were discovered 12 hours ago," Gustav replied. "The attack probably happened last night. Someone heard gunshots and came to investigate. Before you ask, I looked into reports of missing pets as well. There were 8 in the past year." "Rather high for a place so remote," I noted. Gustav huffed in agreement. "The cottages are new. Chances are they backed onto the ghoul's territory," he said as he spoke. I scanned the nearby woods. I suspected that Gustav was correct, and if so, our quarry would not be far. I approached the cottage and stepped inside. The stench of stale blood overpowered my senses, although I doubted that Gustav noticed anything. Even without the chalk outlines, I knew exactly where the bodies had fallen. From the look of it, Ghoul came in the living room window, Gustav said. The mother was found nearby in the kitchen. I'd imagine her screams woke her husband, who got his gun and attacked the Ghoul. He was found in the hallway, and their son was killed in his bed, I replied. Gustav paused. "I can smell the blood in the sheets from here." "They found blood there, but no body." I grimaced at the knowledge of what the Ghoul had done. Yet, in taking something back to its hideout to feast on, it had marked a trail. I walked over to the broken window and looked out at the forest beyond. It was faint, but I could smell blood in the distance, along with the stink of decay. "We'll look for tracks," Gustav said. "Might be best to check the area outside that window." "No need," I replied. "It's close." Gustav paused. "I can smell it. Old blood, human decay. I've been around long enough to recognize it. It's faint, but I think I can track it." Christ, you can smell it? He asked. A benefit of my condition. My senses of smell and hearing are much better than yours, among other things. No shit. I suppose I can see why Spectre wanted your kind on the DPS. If you think you can find that thing, lead the way. He drew a pistol from his holster, something high caliber. Probably good enough to kill a ghoul. He followed me out of the cottage and towards the tree line. While we weren't looking for tracks, I still noticed them in the dirt, and we moved into the woods. The smell was getting stronger, and though I trusted my nose, the trees around us made me feel claustrophobic. My senses would only lead us to a corpse, not the ghoul itself. The creature could have been anywhere nearby, and so we tread lightly. The closer we got, the stronger the smell became. There were no doubt several bodies nearby, fresh and rotten meat to feed the insatiable hunger of the ghoul. Up ahead, I spotted a small stone hill. The smell seemed to be coming from there, and as we got closer, I recognized a dip in the ground that led into a small cavern. I held up a hand to stop Gustav. I pointed to the cave. "I'll go first," I whispered. "Lure it out if it's in there. I trust you're a steady shot." "Very," he promised. "I've got you covered." Though I had few reasons to truly trust Gustav, I still silently held him to that word as I began my approach to the cave. In the low light, my eyes could see bones picked clean. Most of them looked animal, but there were a few I recognized as human. The ghoul's lair had a rotten, wet stink to it. Bad enough that I covered my mouth as I got closer, and yet, as foul as its little hole was, it looked to be completely empty. I grimaced as I spotted the ribcage of what I knew to be the missing child before taking a step back and looking over at Gustav. I shook my head. The ghoul wasn't there. And yet as I looked at him, I saw my eyes widen. "The trees!" he called and raised the gun and fired before I realized just what he'd seen. A heavy weight bore down on me, forcing me to the ground. I heard the snap of hungry jaws by my ear, but they missed me entirely. I kicked and shoved at the creature on top of me and knocked it aside. I saw its spindly grayish limbs struggle for a moment as it regained its footing. It looked at me with wide, unblinking eyes, tangled hair falling around its face and dried blood around its mouth. The ghoul hissed at me before clawing its way towards me. I scrambled to my feet, but I wasn't fast enough. Its claws raked at my back and dug into my flesh as it pulled me towards it. Its breath stank of rotten meat. It tried to sink its teeth into me, but I grabbed it by the skull and held it back as its jaws snapped wildly. I heard another gunshot, and a spray of blood erupted from its neck. The ghoul hissed and tried to look at Gustav before he shot it again, blowing away its head. Still, the damn thing stood, although only for a second longer, before its bony limbs collapsed from underneath it. Lifeless, it collapsed to the ground beside me and rolled down into the cave to join the other dead. I looked down at it, panting heavily, and thankfully I had suffered nothing more than a few scratches. The body of the ghoul twitched as if it was still trying to stand up. Once upon a time, that thing had probably been a lovely young woman. Now it was just another monster. "Can't do everything, can you, vampire?" Gustav asked, his tone cocky. He offered me a hand to help me to my feet. "I suppose not," I replied, breathlessly. "Damn good shooting." "I've had some practice. We should move the body, burn it and contact the police." He looked down into the cavern at the body of the child who'd been there. "I'm sure someone will want to give that kid a proper burial." I nodded in response before following Gustav down to collect what was left of the ghoul. While I cannot pretend my relationship with Gustav was ever perfect, I must admit that the first job was the start of a solid partnership. He never did seem to warm to my condition, but over the next 4 years, it became easier and easier to trust him with my life. Together, he and I put down rogue sirens, who chose to overfeed or hunt for sport, groups of deep mermaids who'd grown too aggressive, and countless malevolent fae who sought only to spread chaos for fun. Despite our differences, I came to regard Gustav as a trusted friend, and I'd like to believe that he came to think of me in a similar manner. Perhaps that was what made our final job so difficult. On June 12, 1989, 2 hikers in the Ukraine were attacked by an unknown entity, something they described as humanoid. Naturally, the FRB investigated the claims and concluded that it was a likely ghoul attack, and within 6 hours of the police report, Gustav and I were asked to investigate. The trail was remote and designed for more advanced hikers. I can't imagine it saw much use. It would have been ideal for a ghoul to call home. As I walked through the heavy underbrush, well ahead of Gustav, I can't say that I anticipated anything other than a standard ghoul encounter. I expected to pick up the scent of decay anytime soon, or, if we were lucky, perhaps the much fainter, wet stink of a ghoul or its lair. I scanned the trees above me, and Gustav had his weapon drawn as we drew nearer to the spot where the attack had supposedly happened. "You smell anything?" Gustav asked. "Just the forest," I replied and paused. That wasn't entirely true. "There's something sweeter in the air here. Not blood. Nothing I'm familiar with." "If it's sweet, it's not our ghoul," Gustav said. He paused for a moment before adding, "Assuming it is a ghoul, could have just been a bear." "How many times have we told people it was just a bear?" I asked. He responded with one of his trademark huffs. "Maybe this time it really was. You ever seen a bear with a mange, Marsh? Terrifying fucking things. They're bony. Their flesh is pale. They look like zombies." "Then the least we can do is confirm it," I said. "If nothing else, the walking is good for you." Again, Gustav huffed. "Whatever you say, Mr. Liquid Diet." We hadn't gone much farther before the sweet smell I detected grew stronger. It was almost blinding now, and amongst the dark foliage I could see something small and luminous peeking out. I approached it slowly and bent down to get a closer look. "What is it?" Gustav asked as I examined it. "A flower," I replied, and that was the simplest description of it. The flower was unlike anything I'd ever seen before. It had 5 petals, and its colors seemed to shift from blue to green and even pink. There was a slight glow coming off of it, and its smell was strong and sweet. I delicately plucked it before wrapping it up in a handkerchief. I could show this to someone back at the office. Maybe they'd know what to make of it. From the corner of my eye, I saw the slight glow from other flowers, identical to the one I found. In the dim light, they were easy to see. "What is this?" Gustav asked warily. "Hell if I know," I replied as I stood up. "But something about this doesn't sit right with me." "It's a flower," he said. "What's there to be worried about?" "Humanity fears what it does not understand for good reason, my friend," I replied. "This flora doesn't look natural. I'd consider that very good cause for concern." Gustav responded with another huff. "A flower's a flower, vampire. Relax." Quietly, he scanned the area around us before pausing. I heard a rustling of leaves, and my partner took off at full speed, gun drawn. "Wait!" I called, but Gustav was always the sort to leap before he looked. By the time I was up again, I heard gunshots followed by a scream from him. I raced off in the direction Gustav had gone. I heard one final gunshot and a sound, an inhuman squeal that sent a chill through me. The last gunshot had been close. Gustav was just ahead, and when I found him, he was slumped up against a tree, coughing and hacking. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw something dart off into the woods, but my attention was focused more on my partner. "Are you all right?" I asked. I offered him a hand, but he pushed it aside and climbed unsteadily to his feet. "I'm fine," he spat. "Fucking thing jumped me. It's a goddamn ghoul." "Are you hurt?" I asked. "Bites, scratches?" "Scrapes and bruises. I'm fine, mother," he growled, before pushing past me to head deeper into the woods. "Come on, let's kill this damn thing." I would have voiced my protest, but Gustav was a stubborn fool. He would have pressed ahead no matter what I said, and perhaps he was right for that. We had the ghoul on the run. It should have been easy to catch up now. Still, the deep sound of Gustav's hacking cough did not sit well with me. Up ahead of him, I could see the glow of several more of those strange flowers. The sun is getting low. It might not be wise to be wandering out here so late. I warned. What, are you scared of the dark? Gustav wheezed. Come on. He broke down into another fit of coughing and gripped a tree to prevent himself from collapsing. You think you're funny, I replied. You can barely stand up, and that cough, it doesn't sound right. That fucking ghoul sprayed me with something, Gustav replied. I don't know what. Something sweet that stank. I'll be fine. I just need to clear my lungs. I can keep going. I stared at him, watching as he stood up and knowing that I'd needed to drag him kicking and screaming out of the woods if I wanted him to leave. I also knew that he'd probably shoot me if I tried. With a resigned sigh, I drew my own pistol and followed him. At the very least, I could ensure my thick-skulled partner didn't get himself killed. I had hoped that we might find the dying ghoul nearby, but we had no such luck. I couldn't even smell any blood from its supposed wounds. While Gustav was adamant he had hit his target, I had my doubts. Our quarry had run far, and I couldn't even hear its rustling movements in the distance. As we walked through the forest, the sky began to darken, but the shimmering hues from the flowers around us lit our path. Gustav cut ahead of me, pausing every few moments to cough. In the forest, it was difficult to mark our path already, but with my partner so far ahead, it was next to impossible, even for me. We continued onwards to the point where I wasn't even sure we were on the trail of the creature who had attacked us. The only change in our environment was those glowing flowers that seemed more plentiful than before. They polluted the air with an overpowering sweetness that was enough to make me cough. Gustav! I called. He didn't look back at me. Gustav, it's been almost an hour. We're wasting our time. The ghoul is gone. He just kept going, fueled by a rage that seemed unlike him. I watched him for a moment as he vanished deeper into the woods before I followed, jogging to catch up to him. Gustav! I called as I put a hand on his shoulder. He looked back at me, eyes burning with rage. It's gone. We should turn back. It's here, Gustav replied. It's in the ocean. Don't you feel it? I paused. There was something in his gaze, something very wrong. He pulled out of my grip. Not much farther, he said. Trust me. I watched him go, and for the first time in a very long time, I felt uneasy. Ghouls did not scare me. Neither did mermaids, fays, werewolves, or even other vampires. These were all terrible things I knew how to deal with. But Gustav, in that moment, scared me. We continued for over an hour, and it wasn't long before I noticed that the sound of our movement was the only sound I heard. Usually in such pristine forest, there would be other sounds of life, but around us the world was silent. No birds, no animals, nothing at all. While I'd known animals to fear ghouls before, this was different. Gustav didn't seem to notice, though. I doubt he thought of anything but the prey ahead of him. At some point, we started up an incline, and I watched him claw at the earth and climb with single-minded purpose. The strange flowers bloomed thick around us and continued to pollute the air with their sweet stench. There, I heard him rasp. Up there. It took me a moment to see what he saw. While the darkness did not impair my vision, it would have been easy to miss the overgrown wood that marked the entrance to an old mine. The tunnel into the earth was overgrown by moss, and yet, deep inside the cavern, I could see the glow of more of those flowers, shimmering like stars. In there, Gustav rasped, before breaking into another coughing fit. To his credit, it seemed less severe than before. There, it's in there. Near the entrance of the mine, I spotted old splintered wood. Someone had boarded it up long ago, and something else had forced its way inside. Let's go, Gustav said before shambling off into the darkness. I stopped him.
Are you insane? You'll be blind in there. You're coming with me, aren't you? He asked.
Now it was my turn to huff in response. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted an old lantern sitting abandoned just inside the mine. It didn't take long to light a little flame inside it. It was rusted, bent, and a little broken, but it sufficed.
Of all the fucking vampires I could get, I get the priss, Gustav murmured.
I'm doing this for your benefit, not mine, I replied. He didn't reply and just turned to trudge off into the mine. I followed him, keeping the lantern aloft. My every instinct told me that going farther was a mistake, but my partner had made up his mind long ago. The stink of those radiant flowers was almost blinding. Even if the ghoul had made its home in this old mine, I doubt I would have smelled it. Yet, despite my caution, Gustav continued to press on ahead. I noticed a few rotten old supports that looked like they wouldn't hold well. I'd seen them by the entrance of the mine, too. The place looked as if it was ready to collapse any day now. How exactly do you know where this thing is? I asked.
I just know, he replied. I feel it. First I was just following the trail, but now I feel it, Marsh. It's hard to explain.
My brow furrowed as I followed him. That doesn't worry you? I asked, and again he didn't reply. All the same, I found myself falling back a few steps, distancing myself from my partner. Up ahead, I heard movement, bony limbs shuffling against rock. While I couldn't smell the ghoul, I knew that Gustav's senses had led him to the right place. The luminous flowers around us shimmered in their strange hues. My pace slowed a little bit as I looked forward at Gustav. He kept his gun at the ready, expecting the ghoul to jump out at any moment. From the corner of my eye, I caught movement and heard the sound of claw against stone. I spun around just in time to see a shape retreat inside a side branch of the cavern, and I reached for my gun.
There, I called.
I didn't wait around for Gustav to come. Instinct took over as I pursued the ghoul and thoughtlessly abandoned my partner. Ahead, I could clearly see the ghoul scuttling like an insect along the wall, yet there seemed to be something wrong with it. The shimmering flowers that had accompanied us all the way up to the cavern seemed to be growing out of the ghoul's skin. Its flesh itself seemed to shift against its bones, and when it turned back to hiss at me, it seemed to grin knowingly. I could hear Gustav's footsteps rushing up behind me as the ghoul turns to fight. I fired my gun twice. The first shot blew away a chunk of its skull, and the second went into its shoulder. Neither of them slowed it down. Instead, the ghoul rushed towards me on all fours without stopping. I saw its mouth open, but not in the way it should have opened. Its lower jaw split apart, and much of its neck opened as well, revealing teeth that should not have been there, but even worse, pale yellow eyes. I fired again, shooting into its terrible maw as it advanced on me, but the bullets did nothing. In my desperation, I hurled the lantern at it. The lighter fluid I used to ignite it caught on the flesh of the thing before me, and its body was set ablaze like dry tinder. It shrank back with a pained screech as its flesh sizzled and pulled back from the flames like something alive. I stumbled backwards, watching as the creature burned and shambled backwards. Perhaps the flames themselves wouldn't have been enough to kill it, but in its panic, it clumsily stumbled into the walls lined with flowers. The stray flames set those alight too, and all too quickly the fire spread. I looked back and saw Gustav standing behind me, staring wide-eyed and helpless at the ghoul he'd so desperately pursued. I didn't give him much time to watch. I ran for him and grabbed him by the arm before pulling him back the way we came. We hadn't gone too far into the cavern. It was easy enough to find our way back out, and I tugged him along behind me as the old mine very quickly became an inferno. As we reached its mouth, we stumbled out into the moonlight, and I looked back to see a hellish glow in our wake. Gustav stared back at it in turn, panting heavily before looking at me.
That ghoul,
he finally said.
What the hell was that?
It was a ghoul, right?
Maybe once, I replied. I looked around at the flowers that surrounded us, and I felt my heart race in a way that it hadn't in centuries. These flowers, they did something to it. It corrupted it somehow. We need to call this in, quarantine the area, torch and burn everything, get rid of them all.
Wait, get rid of it? Gustav asked. Marsh, what the hell are you talking about?
Didn't you see what I saw? That ghoul had those flowers growing out of it, and it was warped. It was something else entirely. It shrugged off our bullets. What if more creatures got exposed to these flowers? Hell, we've been exposed. What might it do to us? Gustav just laughed. His lips curled into a smile. It didn't fit well on his face. I think you're overthinking this, my friend, he said. That ghoul, it was beautiful, don't you think? I mean, look at these flowers. They turned something so disgusting, so horrible as a ghoul into something new. Something fierce and beautiful. It gave it an entirely new life. Now you're thinking about burning this all to the ground, without even knowing how far it can go. I stared at him, my eyes narrowing. Do you hear yourself right now? I asked. Think about this for a moment. I am thinking, he replied. For the first time in 20 years, I feel like I'm thinking clearly. Marsh, I knew where that thing was. I think when it attacked me, it breathed some of its essence onto me, and it enhanced me. He paused and looked back into the inferno. No, it shared something with me. With us. I think I get it now. It didn't want food. It wanted to share something. To show us an ocean of possibilities. That's why it led us on. It wanted us to chase it so we would see, and now I see, Robert. An ocean of possibility. You should too. I stared at him, watching as his breathing grew heavier. I still clutched my gun in my hand. I'm burning this to the ground, Gustav, I replied. And once you get your head right, you'll agree with me that this was the right thing to do. In an instant, Gustav was on top of me. With strength that surpassed my own, he ripped my gun from my hands and forced me to the ground. No, I will not let you do that. I'll make you see, he said, grinning wide from ear to ear. I'll make you see it, just like I see it. I'll make you see it. Come, Robert. Come into the ocean. Breathe in deep. Gustav's smile only grew wider and wider as I saw his head begin to change. His skull began to split open as that sweet stink only grew stronger. I could only stare in silent horror as I realized that there was no saving my partner. Whatever the ghoul had done to him, it had corrupted him outright. It had changed him, and now I was seeing just how much of him had been changed. In just a few hours, Gustav was no longer human, and as he prepared to unleash his payload on me, I struggled to push him off of me. I grabbed the side of his head and forced it upwards. Thick, shimmering spores drifted from his open skull, and with a scream of exertion, I threw him off of me. Gus fell towards the mine, leaving a trail of spores in his wake. Behind him, the flames were growing stronger. The mine was burning up. He climbed onto all fours, spores leaking from his skull. I watched a bone jut out of his arm like a blade, and shimmering flowers grew from the wound. If you'll not join in life, I shall have your corpse, Gustav said, his voice distorted and garbled. Like an animal, my former companion raced towards me, but I was ready for him. As he lunged for me, I ducked under him and moved towards the mine. Arrogant as ever, Gustav pursued me, still moving like a twisted animal. His skull had reformed, and his lips were curled back in a twisted smile that I will never quite forget. As I backed towards the inferno, I spotted one of the rotten supports nearby and focused back on the thing that was once Gustav. He stood up, raised the extended bone shard jutting out of his arm to try and impale me. I sidestepped him and used his own momentum to push him deeper into the mine. The flames licked at his back as I saw moments of panic in his eyes. "Marsh, wait!" he called in a voice I knew I recognized, but he wasn't going to stop me. With all my strength,
I broke through the support. The rock above us shifted, and I watched as Gustav made a desperate scramble for the entrance. But I was faster. When the mine came down, I was out, but he was not. The last I heard was a desperate scream before the collapse of the mine crushed him and hopefully sent him to a peaceful rest. The DPS was quick to quarantine the area and burn the flowers, as per my request. Whatever was out there, it was too dangerous to leave unchecked. Of that I was sure. However, Gustav's loss did not sit well with me. I know that in his final moments he was not himself, and perhaps that bothered me even more than his loss. Either way, I did what I had to do. The flowers needed to be destroyed. I only hoped that we got all of them. If we didn't, well, I'd rather not think about that.
I feel like I'm going crazy. I'm paranoid. I can't sleep. I can't stand this anymore. I need to tell someone what's going on. It started last month, when I was walking to the bus stop to get to work. I don't drive, not since my car accident about 2 summers ago. The car got totaled, and getting a new one just wasn't in the cards. Since there was a bus stop less than a mile from my apartments anyway, what was the big deal? I wouldn't have run into them if I did have a car, though. A pair of guys were at the stop. Both were probably around my age. Both were clean-cut, wearing white button-ups and ties, and both wore matching blue disposable face masks. One of them was tall and scrawny, a toothpick of a guy, a bag full of papers slung over his shoulder. The other wore glasses and was about my height, and let's just say I'm not exactly a tall lady, and he was trying to hand out said papers, which were so clearly religious pamphlets. I thanked Christ, and my bus was pulling up right then. Jehovah's Witnesses are a menace. The shorter guy cleared his throat as I passed, and was likely about to start his spiel. I cut him off with, "I have to get on this bus," before he could even get started. I was not in the mood. I had things to do, and I did not want to get preached at. I practically forgot about them by the time I got to work anyway. I cracked a few jokes about it to my coworkers. We laughed, then we got our heads down and went to work. It wasn't worth the second thought. By the time I clocked out and got on the bus to go home, I was thinking about dinner and how to extend my groceries a little longer so I could save up for a new laptop. I couldn't believe my eyes when I got off the bus, and those 2 guys were still there. A tall guy with his bag of pamphlets, shorter guy trying to strike up a conversation with less than interested people passing by. Even if they were still the same guys, I could tell they were disheartened. The tall guy was starting to nod off from where he sat on the bench, and even the upbeat short guy was losing steam. I got off the bus just in time to hear a passerby tell him to fuck off, and the poor short guy looked like a kicked puppy. I'd bet $20 that he hadn't given away a single pamphlet. "Excuse me, miss?" I felt bad for them, even if I find what they were doing completely obnoxious, so I slowed down. "Yeah." The short guy's eyes went wide. I thought it was because he was shook someone actually stopped, but it was actually for something else. "Hey, you passed by this morning." He reached up and tapped his mask. "I recognize the cats on your face mask. I remember thinking how cute they were." I laughed weakly before glancing at him and his buddy. "Have you seriously been here all day?" I asked. "Yeah, I keep telling the minister that we'd probably get better success stories if we weren't in these monkey suits." The guy pulled at his shirt collar and mock gagged. "Everyone just thinks we're Mormons or Jehovah's Witnesses." "Wait, you're not?" I blurted out. I couldn't help it, but can you blame me? The guy chuckled. The area by his eyes crinkled as he no doubt was smiling. "Hell no, we're a bit different."
Hey, it's about time to give up for the day. Peter and I are going to grab a coffee. How do you take yours? I snorted. Just because I'm being nice doesn't mean I'm going to listen to whatever crap you want to tell me, I said. If you don't tell me, I'm just going to get you a caramel macchiato. I sputtered for a moment while Peter gathered up his bag of pamphlets. The short guy held out his hand. I'm Sam. Do you want a caramel macchiato or not? In the end, I accepted the free drinks. It was cold, I didn't want to seem like a jerk, and I enjoyed it outside with the pair of weird street preachers. Now that they were done with their thing, both had immediately relaxed their wardrobe.
Both had ditched their ties. Peter had pushed up his sleeve to show off a fantastic flower-themed sleeve tattoo on his right arm, and Sam had untucked a necklace from his shirt that had a bunch of little strange silver charms on it.
Sam sipped at his latte while we made polite conversation. Turned out Peter wasn't really the chatty type, only offering a and sure every now and then to the conversation, but Sam was the one carrying the conversation. He had to take off the mask to enjoy his drink, and he was actually kind of cute, a completely inoffensive-appearing human being. We didn't talk religion. We just talked about our days, what we do when we're not at work, or preaching to uninterested people on sidewalks, and by the end of it, I figured they weren't so bad. I only took a pamphlet after Peter offered one the second time. Turned out Sam wasn't the only one who could look like a kicked puppy. I left, figuring I'd never see them again, that this was just a funny little coincidence, and it'd make a great story. Now I can't help but wonder if they had stayed at the bus stop, waiting just for me to come back. The next day I was heading back from work when I heard someone calling my name. Amy. Amy, what's up? It was just Sam, now dressed down in a t-shirt and jeans, still wearing that goofy charm necklace, but now wearing a neat custom face mask with little skulls dotted all over it. Under his arm, he was lugging around a laptop. I stopped, and he caught up, a little bounce in his step as he pulled his mask down to reveal his beaming smile. He raised the laptop up to me. For you, he said. I stammered and immediately went to reject it. I can't accept this. Oh, don't worry about it, Sam laughed. When you said yesterday you were trying to be a writer, but your laptop wouldn't stop freezing when you tried to do anything on it, I remembered I had my old laptop just chilling in my closet. So what the hell? I better put it to better use, right? If it makes you feel better, consider it a loan until you get one for yourself. Once again, he presented it. I won't say it was brand new, but it was clearly bought within the last 2 years. And, man, a free laptop. I chewed the inside of my lip before I slowly reached up to take it. It's a loaner, then. It's yours when I get my own. How often do you get new laptops? I asked. Practically every other year, Sam grinned sheepishly. I play a lot of video games, and I always want the best. I can afford it. I didn't think that giving out Jehovah's Witness pamphlets paid that much, I said, as I continued to examine the laptop. Funny, Sam scoffed. You didn't even read the pamphlet, did you? I knew I was blushing. I always do when I'm embarrassed. Sam, thankfully, didn't seem all that offended. It's cool. I know you were trying to be polite. I won't tell Peter, but if you ever see him again, he'll totally figure out you didn't. And he'll be grumpy. He's pretty passionate about this sort of thing, you know? I sighed. Fine, I'll read it once I'm home. Great. I gotta get going. Sam rolled his eyes. Pamphlets to give out, people to talk to. Ta for now. With that, he pulled his mask back up and hurried back the direction he came from. I took my new treasure home and almost immediately booted it up. It ran like a dream compared to my old computer. I was thrilled to bits and resolved to read the pamphlets while I worked on dinner, as my thank you to these pair of weird street preachers. The pamphlet itself wasn't too bad. It was white, with a black clip-art oil lamp on the front and Times New Roman font reading The Enlightened. Inside were more basic clip art of people holding hands, and it really just gave off the really basic feeling of community and raising each other up. The first line read, "The age of enlightenment is upon us. The reason behind everything exists with us. Sure, I laughed. That sounded cheesy as hell, but I read the whole thing, and it didn't seem all that nutty off the bat. The whole message can be summed up as how we're here to lift each other up in this world, and that should be our goal in life. I had just finished boiling the noodles for my spaghetti when I heard a knock at my door. I didn't think much of it, wondering if it was just a late package as I headed for the door. I opened the door, and there they were, Sam and Peter, back to their clean white shirts and ties, Sam raising his hand to knock again. We both froze. Sam's eyes bugged out before he chuckled. Huh, a funny coincidence. Hi, Amy. I cleared my throat. Hi. How did you find out where I lived? I got that question out first. We didn't. Sam shook his head. We're just going door to door to see if we can get more pamphlets out, and if anyone that took one has any questions. Did you read it? He sounded honest, completely innocent of anything creepy. I glanced around the door to make sure there wasn't about to be a mob coming in to murder me and steal my stuff. Yeah, while I was cooking dinner. It's, interesting. I could tell both guys were smiling. Sam pulled down his mask. Then, can we come in? We've already been going door to door for like an hour, and we're supposed to be out until 8. I'd love to kill some time just chilling with a friend. I didn't know why I didn't say no. They were near strangers. Maybe I felt obligated because of the coffee and the computer to at least give them some of my spaghetti, let them do their little come-to-God thing before finding a way to shoo them out of the door. Honestly, I would have taken Jehovah's Witnesses over this. This was on the same level as Scientology for me, as in it was completely batshit insane. The Enlightened aren't a Christian sect. Sam explained as we ate dinner, and I tried to remain as open-minded as I physically could. They worshipped the beings. Well, not really worshipped. Peter cut in to say it's more like they respected the beings, relied on them for guidance. The beings were here before humans were. And, how did humans get here? They were originally fish swimming through space, finally coming to Earth and evolving into life as we know it. Oh, and the sun is apparently a portal to hell. No, I'm not kidding you. The sun is a portal to hell. It took literally all of my restraint not to bust out laughing at this point. I would have thought they were pulling my leg if Sam hadn't said it all so calmly and matter-of-factly. By the end of our meal, I almost gave Sam his laptop back. This was absolutely ridiculous, and I wanted no part of these crazy people. But before they left, Peter took my hand. He didn't even ask. The being I rely on most is called Eudaimonia, he said, which was the longest sentence he'd said all night. She can see the future. I'd like to see your future. I tried jerking my hand back, but Peter had a firm grip. My heart started to pound a bit, and I started thinking of how stupid it was to let two strange men into my place when Sam grabbed Peter's arm. Peter, let's go. You're freaking her out. Peter released me before Sam turns to me. I'm sorry. He was raised enlightened, and I swear that broke his brain from common sense. Just let him do the reading. It'll be like a minute, and then we'll go. We hope to hit a few more doors tonight. I sighed. If this was the best way to get them out of here, so be it. I gave Peter my hand back, and he stared at my palm so intently it made me want to squirm. I almost expected him to start speaking in tongues. Don't be afraid of strangers. They'll mean well and be there for you when you're in a bind. You'll find what you love doing is not only an option, but a profitable one as well. Look out for hooligans. They won't try to hurt you, but they won't know their own strength. And by the end of the week, you'll need your love to keep you going. Peter finally released my hand, and I sighed with relief. Right. So you said you had to be going, I said, practically jogging to the door to escort them out. Yeah, thanks for letting us take a break tonight. Sam grabbed his face mask and headed out, Peter right behind him. I hope to see you again sometime." When I closed the door behind them, I was already thinking about how to get to work without going to that specific bus stop. Thanks, but no thanks. It was just too uncanny that the next day, Peter's prophecies began to fulfill themselves. I was picking up my groceries. Since I no longer needed to get a laptop, I splurged a little, getting a few wants along with all my needs. For me, that made it all the more humiliating when I reached for my wallet and it wasn't there. My face turned tomato red as I dug through my purse before checking all of my pockets. The girl at the register looked less and less impressed by my insistence that it had to be here somewhere. I wanted to melt into the floor when I confirmed that somehow, one way or another, I'd lost my wallet. God damn it. I could just feel the judgment from everyone witnessing this. Then I felt someone tap my shoulder, and I turned to see the elderly woman in a nice red coat who had been in the line right behind me. I opened my mouth to apologize, and she held up a hand. Then she looked at the cashier. "May I pay for this girl's groceries?" I nearly started crying. I almost told her to not bother, but something stopped me. And that something was Peter's voice in my head, saying, "Don't be afraid of strangers. They'll mean well and be there for you when you're in a bind." So instead, I thanked her, again and again, while she laughed and said it was hardly a big deal. In this world, we're here to look out for each other, after all. I didn't notice until I was about to walk away that this woman had a few pins in the lapel of her coat. The two that stuck out the most were a small fish and a lamp. An oil lamp. I just thanked her once more before I excused myself out of there. It was a coincidence, of course. I knew of a few Christians that also used fish as a religious symbol, same with the lamp. It was just bizarre. It was when I was heading home that I got the sudden impression that I needed to duck. I practically dove to the ground, and it was lucky for me that I did. A glass bottle flew through the air, right where my head had been, shattering on the wall behind me. It had come from a black car whizzing by, and judging by how loud and rowdy that sounded, they were probably drunk and just having a good time. The car sped down the street and rounded the corner with a screech of the tires. Like that, they were gone, off to keep on partying and doing whatever a bunch of drunk morons do on a weekday. Look out for the hooligans. They won't try to hurt you, but they won't know their own strength. My skin, I swear it crawled as I remember Peter's third prophecy. I reminded myself that there was just no way he could tell the future. It was just a bizarre coincidence. I got home, I made dinner, and I crawled into bed. The next morning, I woke up to several missed calls from my boss. He was so apologetic, but it was an emergency, and he recommended I turn on the local news for the full effect. I won't be too specific where I work, because I don't know who's listening to this, but where I had worked had burned to the ground. It looked like faulty wiring had just taken the building down. Thank God no one had been inside when it ignited. But because the kind of work I typically do isn't really one you can do from home, I was now out of work. By the end of the week, you'll need your love to keep you going. My head swam as I instinctively headed for my new laptop and started scrolling through my email, looking through all the writing jobs that I had been wanting to apply for but never had the time for. Submissions for magazines or anthologies, things like that. I wanted to test something, and that something was Peter's only unfulfilled prophecy. You'll find what you love doing is not only an option, but a profitable one as well. Sure enough, by some miracle or whatever, I got an email back from one of the jobs I threw my name in the hat for. They liked what I had to offer and were going to pay me double the rate if I could get it done by the end of the week, which I could, because I had a lot of sudden free time. Every single prophecy, every single one, just as Peter had told. But I couldn't shake this nagging feeling that these prophecies were self-fulfilling. I felt like I was being played with, and I wasn't going to accept that at face value. So, I started by Googling the name of the editor of the magazine that had offered me the job. He was pretty internet absent, shockingly enough, but I found his Facebook page. It was practically vacant, except for two things. He was friends with the old lady from the grocery store and a Simon Sutton, and the one thing that he liked was the Enlightened Facebook group. Samuel Sutton didn't have a picture of his Facebook profile that was of his face, but I recognized the charm necklace he was putting together in one of the public photos. Sadly, the Enlightened Facebook group was not public. At least it wasn't now. Maybe it had been in the past. I don't know. Either way, I was definitely spooked. I knew I was right to be suspicious. Of course, this is when my internet started cutting in and out of my laptop, making further research from there damn near impossible. So the rest had to be done from my phone, all while I side-eyed the innocuous laptop from where it sat on the table. The webcam now covered with duct tape. I didn't have any scotch tape, and I was starting to feel rightfully paranoid. I googled the Enlightened and didn't come up with much other than a web page clearly designed in the 90s. I scrolled through the bad website designs and I came up with basically nothing new, other than the Enlightened were founded in the late 70s by a man named Ray White, formerly Ray Brahm. He's now forever with the beings, aka he's food for the worms, or whatever the Enlightened do to their dead. I don't want to know. I blamed my following dreams that night about all the Enlightened crap floating through my brain. I dreamed about floating through space, followed by thousands of others just like me. Not floating, swimming. We saw the beautiful blue orb that grew bigger with every moment, until I realized that the blue orb was a planet. There was a golden light in the distance that also attracted my attention, and although its warmth pulled me in, I knew I had to go to that blue planet. So down I went, through the atmosphere, through the clouds, and into the ocean below. I woke up before I started turning into a person, because I presumed I was one of those stupid fish Sam talked about. I hated it. What I hated more is that Sam just bumped into me while I was out for coffee. Never mind, I'd never seen him at the coffee shop before he got me that stupid macchiato that started all this in the first place. And now, suddenly, he was there, acting like he'd been getting coffee there his entire life. He perked up when he saw me and waved. "Hey, Amy, you're usually at work right now, right? Did something happen?" he said, sounding so casual and relaxed. My stomach twisted. "I'm just here to pick up my coffee and go. I'm busy," I said, trying to hold back the shakes that came from seeing him there. "When do you want the laptop back?" When you don't need it anymore. But hey, if that one's not working out, I can see if Pete's willing to give up any of his old machines." Sam laughed. "But I doubt it. He still has one of his dad's laptops. The thing's practically a blunt weapon with how heavy it is." "Yeah, I have to go," I said, almost dropping my coffee with how fast I grabbed it. "Same. See you again, Amy." Sam left just in front of me, and when I left the coffee shop, I swear my heart stopped. I dropped my coffee and didn't even try to pick it up as its contents spilled out all over the sidewalk. Sam was getting into his car. A black car, not unlike the black car I saw that night with all the hooligans inside. He noticed me staring real quick and managed to pull off confusion pretty well. "You good, Amy? You need a ride? I just have to make a stop back to the church, but I can get you home." I swallowed, shaking my head. I'm good," I murmured before I walked away, using all my restraint not to bolt down the sidewalk and get away from what was no doubt an actual crazy person. Some sort of deranged stalker hiding behind his bizarre religion to freak me out and try to manipulate me. I threw the laptop away into the dumpster. I locked my door and all my windows. I drew the shades, I curled up on the couch, and dug into my emergency wine stash. I did not want to be sober anymore. I don't think I drank that much. I don't know anymore. Because I remember pouring myself a glass, and the next thing I was waking up in bed, and I could hear someone in the kitchen. Someone was humming. I was still wearing the clothes I had been the day before, which was a relief, but I still crept out into the kitchen expecting to see a psycho. Instead, It was just Sam, frying up some eggs and bacon, buttering toast, and looking perfectly natural. What the fuck? Sam looked up at me and winced. Oh, that's how bad the hangover is, huh? He said. True, my head was killing me, but I wanted to run. Run like hell. How the hell? Why are you... Did you forget? Sam walked over, his brow knitting in concern. You called me over last night and asked if I could come over. I don't have your number, I said. I gave it to you yesterday at the coffee shop. You wrote it down on your hand. I was trembling as I raised my hand up. It was a phone number in blue ink. My handwriting in my palm, like where I write everything that I'm scared of forgetting. I didn't call you, I said, shaking my head. You did. You sounded really drunk. Sam exhaled as he went back to the stove to turn over the bacon. You were crying about losing your job. I'm so sorry about that. I didn't mean to come off as insensitive or anything yesterday. I didn't know about the fire until you told me. I bolted for the living room, my head throbbing so bad I wanted to vomit. I picked up my phone and unlocked it, checking my outgoing calls. Sure enough, around 11, I'd made not one, not two, but 5 phone calls to that number scrawled on my hand. I was worried, so I came over. You cried all over my t-shirt. You were upset, and I didn't really know what else to do. So I helped you get to bed, and figured I should stay, just in case you got sick or something. I was worried, Amy. I shook my head. I locked my door, though. Windows, too, I said. Did you? Sam frowned. I let myself in after you didn't answer. I didn't check the windows, though. I did. I ran around the apartment like a chicken with its head cut off, checking everything. The windows weren't locked. My emergency wine bottle was empty, even though I could only remember that one glass. My makeup was all ran like I had been crying, like Sam said I was. Everything lined up with what he had said happened, except for my own memories. When I finally returned to the kitchen, Sam had 2 eggs, 2 pieces of toast, and a stack of bacon ready on the plate, and was pouring a glass of orange juice for me. He still looked worried. You look a little pale, Amy. Are you okay? You look messed up. I opened my mouth to respond, but instead just ended up running for the sink to vomit. Sam held my hair back and just patted my back while I vomited up what I presume was the oh-so-lovely mixture of stomach bile and wine. You know what? How about you go lay back down? I'll bring you your breakfast in a bit. You got Tums or Advil for the pain? I shoved Sam away, wiping the puke off my mouth the best I could. I don't remember calling you. I know I locked the door. I know I did. I threw away your laptop. I didn't drink that much. What is going on? I sounded pathetic, I'm sure, but you try sounding great during what felt like the worst hangover of my life. You what? Sam left my side and poked his head into my office before he laughed. What are you talking about, Amy? My laptop's right there. Christ, how wasted did you get? No way. Despite the room spinning around like I was on a carnival ride, I ran to the office. The laptop was still there. Not broken. Not even dirty. Had I thrown it out after all? I can't even tell you for sure now. I just sunk to the floor, ready to start crying, while Sam squatted down next to me. I swallowed. I need to be alone. Or I need my mom. She's not far from here. Sam handed me my phone. I'd probably dropped it somewhere along the way during my run around the apartment panic. Go ahead. I gotta go to church anyway. If you need some support while you're between jobs, I promise. The Enlightened can give you and any the help you need, he said, giving my back a final pat before he got up and left the apartment. I didn't end up calling my mom. We're not that close. I'm not really close to many people, if I'm honest. I lost a lot of my friends after high school when they all took off for college and I hung behind to join the workforce. It's not like they dumped me on purpose. We just lost contact. I wasn't really close to my coworkers either. I'd chat with them, but I never really made plans with them. I'm not loony, or I don't think I am. Maybe I am. Maybe that's why I talked with Sam and Peter that day. I was that pathetic and lonely that I talked with two randos I thought were Jehovah's Witnesses. This all started a month ago, and I keep finding Sam and Peter in my life. Mostly Sam, and never Peter without Sam. I've refused all other fortunes from Peter, which clearly upsets him, but I don't know if I care about his feelings. I'm getting more writing jobs thanks to that first connection I made with that editor, but I'm not used to the laptop Sam gave me. That's currently in a box, that's in another box, that's duct-taped shut and shoved to the back corner of a closet. I don't know how Sam's wormed his way into my life so efficiently, but now I even find myself calling him on my own. It feels like he's always been there. Sometimes I even see him in my dreams, laughing or smiling at me, looking at me with fondness and warmth that makes me feel good about myself. I sometimes wonder how good I felt before I met him, if I felt this good before. But I don't know. My brain's been so turned around. I don't know how much I can trust myself if I'm losing my mind. I know I cannot join the Enlightened, even if Sam and Peter are okay at times. It's nuts, right? It's all a crazy talk. There's no being in my dreams telling me it's okay to doubt, but it's never okay to assume something's wrong from the get-go. His name isn't Raesus, and I know that those shadows outside my window aren't people watching me. It's just trees. I don't know anything anymore. I just don't. All I know is that every time Sam asks me to go to the Enlightened church with him, it's becoming harder and harder to say no.
Hey, what's the difference between a graveyard and a cemetery? What? Togs looks at me, irritated. You heard me, pal. What's the difference between a graveyard and a cemetery? I grimaced. I don't know, Togs. What is the difference between a graveyard and a cemetery? He grunts with frustration and jerks his arm. The chain that binds our wrists is pulled tight, and I'm dragged over against my will. It's not a fucking joke, Rufus, Togs said to me. It's not a setup. I'm asking you, genuinely, if you happen to know. Well, I don't, I reply, jerking my arm back with a rattle of the chain. I don't know what the difference is between a graveyard and a cemetery, so why don't you just go on and tell me? He chewed his tongue. Then he spits onto the wet grass. You ain't no fun, he mutters. A graveyard is a burial grounds connected to a church. A cemetery ain't connected to nothing. It stands by itself. I wish I was a cemetery right now, I muttered. He shoves me. I heard that, Rufus. Rude bastard. Didn't ask to be chained to you any more than you asked to be chained to me. He wipes the rainwater off his free hand and onto his prison jumpsuit, then pushes his fingers through his hair. But if this is a graveyard, then we'll find the church, and the priest will have to help us. We can appeal to his sense of justice and goodwill. Priest? Do Protestant churches have priests? He'll be a minister, surely. Priest, minister, whatever. Point is, he'll be sworn to secrecy. He can help us get away, and hey, maybe absolve us of our sins in the process. It's so difficult to see the world around us. The mist is thick, more like fog, really. It stretches far and unforgivingly, in all directions, obscuring the hills we are certain must lie beyond. We've been trekking through the grim, moonlit gray of the countryside moors for most of the night, and we're tired and cold and hungry. The rain is thin and quiet as it falls, but it's been drizzling steadily for hours now, and I know that both Togs and I could really use a little reprieve. Even if the minister's not home, a rest in an actual building would be nice. Hell, even under a tree. But we haven't seen either for miles and miles and miles. I have no idea where we are. The only sign that we've even made any progress at all since setting out are the myriad of tumbled gravestones that now lie all around us, and the faint, watchful shadows of the hills in the distance. "I told you, Togs," I said to him. "I don't have any sins to be absolved. I'm an innocent fella, as you well know." He waves his free hand at me. Yeah, as you keep saying. If you're gonna keep insisting you're innocent, well, I don't have the energy to discuss it with you anymore." "Nothing to discuss, man," I replied. "I'm owed this escape. My freedom was taken away from me without my consent. Idiot jury and an idiot judge. Nothing more to be said." "Mm-hmm," Tog said. Then he falls quiet. We walk for a long time in silence. The gravestones stretch on, with no church in sight. "How big is this place?" I muse. "I ain't never seen no gravestone as big as this," Togs replied. "Graveyard or cemetery?" I asked. "Neither." And the gravestones just keep going. The distance between them grows wider and they become rougher, less clearly defined. The names inscribed upon the stone became illegible. The cracks deepen. Their ages are implied in the creeping crawl of the moss, the shapes of these markers of lives gone by. As we pass them, their forms become more and more obscure. Some of the gravestones are triangular, or carved with intricate lightning-like lines. Some of the gravestones are no more than piles of gray rubble, wet and dark beneath the rain. Some of them reflect the moonlight like metal, and others appear to swallow the light altogether. "The fuck kind of place is this, Togs?" I murmur anxiously. My body has reacted to something I can't yet put my finger on. My gut tells me that something is wrong. Rufus, check out that one." Togs raises his hand to point, and my own arm is raised up beneath via the chain. I don't believe what I'm seeing at first, but there's no mistake. Togs points to a tombstone that hovers above the grass, round like a sphere. The rain flows all around it and converges at the bottom, where it trickles down like a little waterfall. Oh, holy shit. We adjust our course and walk over to it, examining the thing from all sides. Togs even pushes on the thing, but the stone doesn't budge. It is fixed impossibly in place. And this curiosity, this bizarre anomaly, it has set my alarm bells a-ring. This isn't right. I don't think we should be here at all. And I voice this concern to Togs. "Yeah," he mutters back, tapping his thumb against his broken nose in thought. "This is freaky, Rufus. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. What you reckon, pal? What should we do?" "I think we should just keep going. But faster. I can't see any church, and this place is massive. It could be a war memorial or something, I'm thinking. We could spend hours looking around, not find anything at all, and there's nothing for us back the way we came. No, we should just keep moving ahead. Maybe we'll find something, maybe not, but we'll be moving forward. Tonight will be the hardest night, Togs. It'll only get easier from here." He seems to think it over. I wait for a response, patiently. Note that not that I have much choice, however, given our predicament. The chain jiggles softly. A lone bluebird appears from beyond the mist and settles on the zenith of the wet sphere. We look at it, and it looks back. At me, then at Togs. Curious time for a bird to be out and about. Togs gently moves his hand a little closer to the bird and slowly sticks out one of his fingers. After a beat, and to Togs' delight, the bluebird hops onto his finger, cocking his head. "Rufus, look!" he beams, glancing up at me. "I'm looking right at you, man. I see it. I see it." The bluebird perches for a moment longer. Then it opens its beak and whistles a long, low, single note. It raises its wings and flies up and away into the fog. And as suddenly as it appeared, the bird is gone. The rain patters softly all around.
"All right," said Togs quietly. "Let's keep moving."
The burial grounds stretched on. The tombstones do not return to their regularity, nor do we come across any hints that they might soon be coming to an end. I was lucky enough, as a kid, to visit France with my folks. They took me to the American World War II cemetery in Normandy. The scale of the place, the death, it made an impact on me, that's for sure. But this place is bigger by far. It must be. We walk and we walk. Still, the graves keep coming. Togs keeps twitching and shooting looks over his shoulder. I don't blame him, but he's making me feel worse. I'm already on the edge, but he's sharpening it. Many of the gravestones fail to connect to the ground now. Various shapes, spheres, cones, and rectangles. One strikes up towards the sky like a dark obelisk. One sits half buried in an anomalous patch of wild grass. Marble carved to the shape of a coffin. Another looks like an angel, man-sized, with 4 outstretched wings and a blindfold over its eyes. The rain leaks down its face, and we approach the crest of a hill.
"This is good," I whisper. "We'll get a vantage point over what lies ahead, fog permitting."
And it does, to an extent. We come to a stop at the hill's summit and look out over the plain, wet, grassy fields below. They drop onto a valley before rising up again towards another hill, one taller still at the opposite end. This side is quickly lost to the silver gray of the moonlit mist, as it is filled, absolutely filled, with twisted graves. The spaces between them are wide, but they are everywhere.
"Lord have mercy,"
Togs whispers in a voice heavy with fear. Then he drops to his knees, dragging me down to a stoop as he does so, clasping his hands together in prayer and muttering to himself under his breath. I push him lightly.
"What the hell are you doing, Togs? You gonna tell me you've found God now? Little too late for that, don't you think? Given all you've done?"
"Haven't you read the Bible, Rufus?" Togs replied, his eyes still closed. "Ain't never too late for repentance. You'd be smart to do the same and all."
"I told you," I hiss. "I've got nothing to repent. I'm innocent, always have been."
Togs does not reply. He only continues his prayer, and there's nothing I can do but wait. So I sit next to him and try to imagine my future life, a life in which I am free. I'll have to escape the country, that's for sure. I might head to the islands, wait until I've been long forgotten and the state decides that funds are better directed elsewhere. I imagine myself in a little wooden boat, the sun warm on my skin as I paddle leisurely across a sparkling stream to my new village. Maybe I'll help run it, or I could keep the people safe from outsiders. Maybe I could learn to fish. I shiver and wrap my free arm around my sodden chest. Icy water drips from the end of my nose. The air around me is thin and breezeless, but goosebumps ripple up my arms regardless. A rumble reverberates through the ground. I disregarded it first as a falsehood, an imagination of my mind, but the rumble comes again, heavy.
"Togs,"
I mutter through clenched teeth.
"Prayer time's over, pal. We gotta keep moving."
The rumble grows more prominent. I can hear it as well as feel it now, too. Low, long thuds, echoing through the valley beyond.
"Togs."
The man opens his eyes.
"We gotta go, man. Come on, get up."
But Togs only stares ahead, wide-eyed, and I turn to follow his gaze. And with the rumbles, a creature appears through the mist. I think it's a creature, at least. It looks like one, though it moves more like a machine. And it is colossal. A giant, shadowy silhouette in the fog, it takes slow step after slow step through the valley before us. And whilst the valley is deep, the being nonetheless stands just above our eye line, even after we've scrambled to our feet. But we can't look away. It pushes gradually into view. The being holds the form of an enormous, dark stone horse. Its eyes are spirals carved into the rock, and its feet end in curved and stony blades, slowly rising and falling on one another as it keeps moving through the valley. The churned-up, muddy holes in the grass these scythe-like hooves leave behind quickly regrow, at such a speed that we can see the grass reclaiming the wounds in real time. Neither of us move. Neither of us can. We just watch as the great horse steps closer and closer, pushing aside the mist, walking carefully between the multitude of graves. And it passes us by, silently turning its enormous stone head to look at us as it does so. We stare into those spiral eyes, and the spirals stare back, but the being does not slow. After a moment of what could surely be none other than a mild interest at best, it turns again to look in the way of the direction it is headed. On it goes, and we watch, feeling the rumbles in the ground grow fainter and fainter as it disappears once again into the fog. The rain falls, and the light flashes on the opposite side of the valley. Near the top of the long and high hill, brief but definite, a flash of orange-yellow light. Like moths, we are drawn to it. Light, warmth, fire, safety, help.
Could be them,
Togs murmurs, still in a daze.
Maybe they've caught up, found us.
Togs, I reply. Even we haven't found us. What chance do they have?
True,
he says. Then we stand in silence for a moment longer, watching. The light flickers again.
What the hell was that thing, Rufus?
Togs asks quietly, turning to face me. I shake my head. Who the fuck can say? All I know for sure is that I feel like we've stumbled into something we were never meant to. I don't think we belong here, man.
No,
he agrees.
And do you feel it when it looked at us? You feel that wave of cold, of regret?
I nodded. Dread, I muttered, and Togs nodded again.
Yeah, dread. That's it. Dread. That.
He points to the flickering light.
That ain't dread. That's our way out, Rufus. Our way into a better life.
And I do believe that Togs is right. But we'll have to go through the valley, I say. We have to make it quick. I don't want that thing to come back, whatever it is. I can't be dealing with it coming back.
All right.
Togs nods and grimaces. I clap my hands together, and Togs' arm is jerked over. Let's do this, I said. And after a quick but deep breath, before I have time to psych myself out, I began to half-run, half-skid down the wet slope of the hill and into the valley. Togs is dragged along with me, but soon finds his balance, and down we go, slipping, skidding. We tumble into a heap at the bottom. Togs actually kept his footing at first, but I fall to the grass, and my comrade is dragged down with me. He clambers to his feet and helps me up, and we take in our surroundings. Grass and graves and mist. The valley seems wider from down here. Quickly but cautiously we began to hasten past the gravestones towards the opposite hill. They twist and bulge out at strange angles. Some are simple crosses, some are far more complex. But the names on these ones are all quite clear, and I am forced to a halt about halfway across, as Togs has chosen to stop to read one.
Togs,
I hiss, jerking his arm back via the chain. Let's fucking go, man. I don't want to stick around here.
It's her, Rufus. Look,
Togs whispers, his voice raw. I take a step closer beside him and look down at the grave. It is in the shape of a star, like one a child would draw, and connected to the ground. The name is one that we both recognize, of course.
What the hell's she doing here, Rufus? How is this possible?
I don't know, man. Look, let's just keep going, yeah? The light is...
Tog swivels at once and grabs me by the collar, staring into my face as my hand is jerked up at an awkward angle with the chain. What the hell is she doing here? What the fuck is this place, Rufus? Jesus, I don't know, man. I don't know. Fucking let me go. I push him away with a rattle of the chain, and Togs runs his free hand through his hair. Then he looks at it. His fingers shake. I wasn't joking either, Rufus, he says quietly. About the absolving, about the repentance. Will I ever be free? Truly free, I mean? Or is this my curse? To live like this forever? The ground rumbles. Questions for tomorrow, my man. I reply, my pulse quickening. I tug on the chain. Time to go. Now, man. Fucking now. I set off into a run, dragging Togs behind me at first, but he quickly falls into step. The rumbles grow heavier, and we reach the base of the slope. It's steeper this time, but the light still flickers overhead, a little beacon through the mist. We scramble up side by side, dragging out clumps of mud and grass as we clumsily and desperately ascend. I see the shadow of the beast at the edge of my peripheral vision, and it spurs me up faster still. Togs, come on! I jerk my arm up violently. The bastard is too slow. But the light is close now, and we realize that it is not one, but many. Dozens of fireflies flicker as they loop around the air above a stone archway, embedded in the hillside. A faint, silvery curtain hangs from the stone and obscures the way ahead. I shoot a glance over my shoulder. The colossal stone horse stands silently, waiting, watching. Its presence is overbearing. Looking into those spiral eyes, I feel a great pressure weighing down upon me. I do not know what this monster wants, but I can't stand it. Togs has overtaken me. He feels the same way about the horse and about the arch, I can tell. Dread lurks behind. Hope lies beyond. Escape. And so, without a second thought, he barrels through, pushing aside the curtain and clambering into the mist ahead. My arm is jerked up behind him, and I scramble after in a quick pursuit. But I cannot pass. My knuckles crack painfully against the curtain as if it were made of rock, and I crash into the side with a cry. Togs has vanished from sight completely, and the metal of the chain bites painfully into my wrist as he tries to continue. Togs! I shout. Togs, stop! Fucking stop! I can't get through! The side of my face and my shoulder are hauled up against the cold stone. And I swear, muttering and slamming my fist against the solid curtain. Togs! I jerk my arm back as hard as I can, leveraging my feet against the base of the arch, and Togs is dragged out against his will. The momentum is enough to see us slipping back down the hill, rain-soaked and feverish. The horse stands silently, watching. It is not far away and towers over us. What the fuck, Rufus? Togs states angrily as we crash, bruising, back to the base. It won't let me pass. Didn't you hear me? I can't get through the fucking curtain. I throw my arms around expressively, and Togs grunts with frustration as his own arm is thrown around, too. He shoves me. What do you mean it ain't let you pass? You just go through the curtain. I can't, I shout at him, then quieter. I can't. And we stand there for a second, staring at each other at the base of the hill. The drizzle patters down all around against the grass and the wet stone of the curious graves. The enormous horse of the graveyard watches on. Togs licks his teeth. His eyes dart up to the arch, up to the curtain that promises salvation, an escape from the world between us two unlucky souls have somewhat stumbled into. He means to leave me behind, I realize, with a strike of sudden fury. This bastard. After everything I've done for him, after I stood up for him when no one else would, he's going to leave me behind? But he can't, can he? Because of the chain. Tog's expression changes. He lets out a noise of rage, half grunt and half snarl, and he pushes his feet into the ground and yanks back his arm as hard as he can. I stumble and trip over his outstretched foot, but ultimately keep my balance and shove him into the hillside. And he shoves me back, and I slam my forehead into his own. Asshole! He screams, reeling back in agony. Fuck you! I shout into his face, and his brow contorts with rage. He pulls back his fist, the one connected to the chain, and my hand is drawn up his neck. I bring the other up, too, and rush forward, roaring with my drive for survival as I shove him to the grass by the graves, strangling the man as hard as I can. Why him? Why is it that he can pass, but I cannot? His eyes bulge in surprise. He chokes and sputters, grabbing and smacking my hands with his own, scratching, then he bares his teeth and reaches up, shoving his thumbs into his eyes. One misses and strikes the edge of the socket with a painful thud, but the other plunges deep into my eye. I reel back in pain and scream. Go on then, bastard! Kill me! Kill me if you can! Enjoy being around my fucking corpse, you darn prick! Kill me like you killed that little girl! Despair passed like a shadow across his face. It was an accident, Rufus, he shouts, his voice cracking and hoarse as he forces the words through his bruised windpipe. You know it was an accident. His fist connected with my cheek as I feel a tooth loosen in the side of my mouth with a sharp burst of pain. My own wrist is smacked across my lip as we stumble and stagger through the valley of graves. He expects me to go down, but I do not. I brace against him and punch into his stomach. The air is forced from his lungs as I grab my comrade's collar and shove him up against the nearest gravestone. Tall, cracked, and moss-covered, it rises up like a twisted flower of stone. Then why did you drive away, Tox? Why did you keep driving? Drunk off your fucking ass. Imagine if you'd hit someone else. Do you even remember? Maybe you did. He thrashes and brings a fist up into my chain. He tries to push me away, smacking the sides of his hands into my ears. I keep shouting in his face. You don't deserve to be free. You think I even wanted to escape with you? You're a fucking menace. Togs, you dumb fuck. You're evil. You'll never get salvation. He screams and slams his head into mine over and over until I start to feel dizzy. I release him and clutch my temples, grunting as I am slamming down hard onto the side of a low gravestone. I admitted what I did was wrong, Rufus. Always. But you're a fucking liar. You ain't never been an innocent man, and you'll burn for what you did. You can't even admit it to yourself. He spits. You're weak. Weak, I choke out, fighting his hands away from my neck. You ran down your own ex-daughter because you couldn't handle a breakup like a grown man, and I'm weak? You're the one who's weak, you fucking child killer. The fight goes on. The horse seems to watch with cold curiosity, and eventually Togs has the chain wrapped around my neck. He pulls it tight with a foot against my shoulder. Togs! I wheezed out, scrabbling my hand around and trying to pull the chain away from his grip. White light flashes at the edge of my vision. Togs! I slam my hand against the grass, retching and convulsing. Please? And just as I think I'm about to pass out, he releases his grip, and I fall face first into the mud where I lie and gasp, sputtering and rolling onto my side, filling my lungs with the thin, wet air of the graveyard. I do not move to strike Togs back, nor does he move against me. We spend a few hours recuperating, breathing, blinking, wiping the blood from our brows. And when I finally turn to face him, he is looking up into the eyes of the great horse. It stands completely still, and in this moment it might as well be nothing more than a colossal statue. I'm sorry, Togs, I said to him, my voice a wreck. Me too, he replies. I don't know why the curtain doesn't let me pass. Maybe it's something about my character over yours. I don't know. And I'm sorry about what I said to you. I didn't mean it. You were right, though, Rufus, Togs replied, wiping his eyes and running his fingers through his hair. I am what you said. I'm a child killer. And I don't. His voice breaks. I don't deserve salvation. I press my free hand against my jaw. It throbs painfully. Look, come on, Tox. You said it yourself. It's in the Bible, right? Never too late to be redeemed. I don't know if I ever really believed all that, pal, says Togs sadly. He finally turns to look at me, taking his eyes away from the spirals of the horse. Do me a favor. come with me to the horse." He lifts his arm and the chain rattles softly. Droplets sprinkle down to the grass in the moonlight. I stare at him in alarm. "You want to go closer to that thing? But Togs." I don't know what to say. I don't understand his thought process. "No, we need to keep moving. Find a way to get me past the curtain or find another way." "I don't want to go through that curtain anymore, Rufus. I'm done. I'm just done." He looks behind him at the grave in the shape of a shooting star, the one carved like a child's drawing. "Togs." My voice is quiet. "Buddy, come on, man. Please. Just come with me to the horse, Rufus. You still feel the same way about it, don't you? The dread. I get that. And I'm sorry. But I don't. I see now. Come on, pal. Walk with me." And after a moment of silence, I rise to my feet, grunting through the pain, and the chain clinks as we walk to the nearest of the horse's legs. My pulse rises, and I try to keep from looking directly at it, but Togs strides forward, unafraid. "Thanks for helping me out, Rufus," he says to me. The rain washes the blood down the side of his face. "I hope you get the freedom you deserve one day. I really, genuinely do." And he puts a hand on the horse's enormous, scythe-like stone leg. I watch as Togs evaporates as a cloud of dust into the air. With nothing more than a soft sigh, his essence leaves his body, and his flesh dissolves at once like steam. Only his bones are left behind, and they collapse into a pile at the base of the horse's leg. I stare in disbelief as the loose end of the chain drops through the air to bump up against my leg. The bones clatter to join their fellows. "Togs," I whisper, and the horse moves. It raises its leg, slowly, and then the other. It turns into a wide circle, and mechanically ambles away into the fog, fading into shadow, then disappearing altogether in the silver gray. I made it out of the valley eventually, reader. The death of Togs hit me harder than I would have expected, especially given not 15 minutes earlier I had felt prepared to kill the man myself. Not that I think I would have actually done it, however. There is enough blood on my hands. But it took me a long time to get out, I mean. The sun never rose, the rain never let up, and despite my best efforts, I could not pass the curtain. I just couldn't. I just couldn't do it. I searched the valley for hour after hour. I drank the water that condensed on the grass. For days I climbed the hills and hunted for a sign of escape, but I was always led back to the valley. It was not until I had burned Tog's bones that I was able to pass through the archway in the side of the hill. Beneath the flickering fireflies, I remember turning around one last time, watching as a gravestone grew out of the spot in which I had burned him. It carved and formed itself into the shape of a little bird, about to take flight from its perch upon the branch of a small stone tree. And so I left the valley. I escaped. I fled the country as I said I would. I made it to the islands, and I've been here for months now, keeping as low a profile as I can. But there's one thing that remains from my past life. The chain. That damned chain. Empty at one shackle, of course, but still tightly fixed around my wrist on the other. I cannot get it off. I cannot get it unlocked, nor can I cut through it, no matter what I do or try. And sometimes, I swear, especially at night, it is almost like I can feel someone tugging at the other end. The average American eats 50 pounds of pork products a year. Despite the large amount of pigs Americans eat, a lot of people don't consider how similar humans are to swine. Think about it. The skin, the hair,
the intelligence, the taste. Pigs scream in terror when watching others get slaughtered. Sound familiar? It should. Some people even feed their pigs pork products. Now, what kind of a fucked up person would do that? Last summer, after our college graduation, me and my 4 closest friends took a cross-country road trip. The one thing we all had in common was our undying passion for music. So, when one of our favorite bands announced they were doing an East Coast reunion tour, we knew we had to leap at the chance. We were now free adults, no longer burdened by the stress of school. Well, we still had a lifetime of student debt to pay off, but at least we didn't have to sit through one more mind-numbing lecture. Scott, his girlfriend Susie, Noah, and Jen pulled up in front of my apartment on a warm summer morning. I threw my duffel bag over my shoulder, locked the door, and made my way to Scott's blue Subaru Outback, throwing my bag in the back and scooting in next to Jen. Scott turned around and cranked a big smile. "What's up, dude? You ready?" "Hell fucking yeah, I am," I replied enthusiastically. "That's what I like to hear. Now let's get this show on the road." Scott turned the stereo's volume knob as far as it would go, expelling a riptide of distorted guitar and shouted vocals from the car's speaker system as we all let out a cheer of excitement. We'd been planning this trip for the past 6 months, and after all the stress of finishing college, a car full of booze, weed, and punk rock was exactly what we needed. We were all very different people. Your typical group of misfits, I suppose. Scott was the athlete, but had the heart of an angel. He and Susie had been together since high school and had just gotten engaged. Susie made this very obvious by flashing the stone on her 4th digit for us in the back seat. The entire car ride. They definitely didn't look like your stereotypical punks, but I swear those two could tear through a mosh pit like no other. I knew this from first-hand experience when I left a show with a broken nose after Susie caught me square in the face on accident. She apologized profusely and was dead set on paying for the hospital bill, but I couldn't help but laugh at the fact that such a sweet person just caused me bodily harm. Noah was a sweet, geeky guy, but had a rough childhood, which inevitably led him to the world of punk rock. He'd been in and out of bands since middle school, and he was certainly the talented one out of us, and began playing guitar at the same age his drunk father started beating him. I guess nothing drives passion like trauma. Thankfully, Noah had a great head on his shoulders, and practically got his entire college career paid for by scholarships. He left his house on his 18th birthday, and hasn't been back since. Jen and I go way back. I'm sure you're thinking that we had some sort of romantic relationship, but trust me, if Jen had her eye on anyone, it would have been Susie. Jen was lesbian, and in rural Oregon, it can be hard to make friends with a target like that on your back. I still remember the first time we met. It was my sophomore year of high school, and I was sitting in the back row of second period English. She walked into the room 5 seconds before the bell rang, sat next to me, turned her whole body in my direction, and looked me up and down. "Nice Black Flag shirt. Do you actually listen to them, or are you some kind of poser?" she said with a sly grin as she flipped her jet black hair out of her face. Before I could respond, she quickly added, "Would you fuck our teacher?" I looked over at our English teacher as she flipped through the attendance sheets. Her red hair was up in a bun, and she wore a tight white V-neck over her voluptuous body. I mean, she's attractive, but I feel that would be weird. So, probably not. Also, some kids call her Miss Mantis because all 3 of her husbands have died gruesomely, I replied. "Really?" she whispered exclamatory. "I would totally smash." Before I could say anything, she stuck out her hand with a big smile and said, "I'm Jen. I'm new to the school, and you're the first non-redneck I've seen here, so I think we should get to know each other." And just like that, I had made a best friend for life. We even got matching tattoos a few years back. They read, "Death from Above," displayed over the art of a skull, a reference to Starship Troopers, a favorite flick of ours. Jen played into the whole super sexual lesbian stereotype, but even at 23, she remained a virgin. She had opened up to me a few times about it, but I think ultimately it just came down to her not finding the right person. We all loved obnoxious music, but we were all sweethearts deep down. On the first day of our road trip, we made it all the way to Iowa. We left Portland bright and early, but pulled into our dingy motel late at night. We spent so much of our budget on gas, food, and illicit substances that we barely had enough for lodging. Thankfully, Scott had discovered a motel online for $20 a night. There was no way we were passing that up. "Come on, Sleepy, wakey wakey." My eyes slowly opens to the sight of Noah's goofy face. His eyes were bright red from the 3 joints he had smoked in the car. All right, I'm coming. Apparently I fell asleep somewhere in South Dakota after we had stopped for food. I followed Noah and Jen to our room as Scott and Susie wished us a good night. "Hey Scott, good driving today. Thanks for getting us here alive," I said while giving him a friendly hug. "You didn't doubt me, did you, pal?" He grinned and gave Noah and Jen 2 more friendly hugs. "See you in the morning, you two. Try to keep it down over there, will you?" Noah teased. "Noah, stop it," Jen said as she elbowed his side. We all laughed at the awkward interaction and went to our separate rooms. Noah assured us he was okay with sleeping on the couch in our room, even though I told him we could share a bed. Apparently, he enjoyed sleeping on couches. It made him feel nostalgic, he explained. We chatted for a bit, shared a couple drinks, and went to bed. However, when the rhythmic thumping of Scott and Susie's passionate lovemaking began, we were quick to flick the lights back on and restart the conversation in an attempt to muffle the sound of the cheap bed frame slamming against the wall. We didn't officially go to bed until at least 3 in the morning, but when our heads hit the pillows that night, we crashed hard. Except for me. My extra sleep in the car ride made falling back asleep much more difficult than I would have expected. I tossed and turned for around 45 minutes before getting up to go to the bathroom. I fumbled through the dark motel room, eventually finding myself in a musty white and blue bathroom. I flicked the light switch, and almost immediately the single light bulb went out. Great, now I have to shit in the dark, I mumbled to myself. I sat down on the porcelain perch, happy I couldn't see the state of the toilet as I sat down. If it was as dirty as the rest of the room, I probably would have vomited up the cheap fast food we had eaten earlier. A moment of silence passed as I scrolled through my phone. But then, for a split second, I thought I heard someone unlock the front door. And when I realized I wasn't imagining it, the hairs on the back of my neck stood straight up. By the time I was able to get my pants back on and throw open the bathroom door, Jen's bed lay empty, as well as the olive green couch with floral patterns I had last seen Noah on. I threw on a hoodie and shoes mid-sprint out the front door. Upon exiting my room, I bolted over to Scott and Susie's room, only to find their front doors wide open as well. Everyone's belongings were still there, and more worrisome was the fact that Scott's blue Subaru still sat in the parking lot. I ran over to the nightstand next to Scott and Susie's bed. Lying on the oak surface were the keys to her car. I grabbed the keys and took off for the car. Upon getting to the parking lot, I was able to catch the sight of a white van with tinted windows peeling out and zooming onto the street. I was right behind them, and I wasn't going to let up. After following the van for a few minutes, they slammed on the brakes and the front doors flew open. I almost slammed into the back of the van, but managed to stop just behind them. My eyes widened and my heart pounded as a man and woman in matching blue jumpsuits with black rubber boots and medical masks started making their way towards the car. The beer in my stomach gave me the confidence to throw open the door and confront the two mysterious figures. "Who the fuck are you? Where are my friends?" I yelled in retaliation. But instead of responding verbally, the woman simply raised her right arm, aimed a small silver weapon in my direction, and pulled the trigger. There was no bang, and I didn't feel any pain except for a pressure in my neck. My index finger came across a small object lodged in the right side of my neck as I felt the point that was causing me pain. I ripped the small object out, and blood dribbled out of the pinprick-sized hole, that was just punctured. I wobbled for a moment, my vision blurred.
What the... Did you just...
But before I could finish my accusatory question, I collapsed on the hard asphalt. We ran the blood tests already. These 3 are compatible with the procedure. You can dispose of those 2. A woman's voice rattled through my brain, raspy and old. A burly voice replied, "Yes, ma'am. Sure can do. How should we get rid of them?" As I forced my heavy eyelids open, I saw a slender, elderly woman dressed in the same blue jumpsuit and mask as the people who have kidnapped my friends and I. The large, bordering obese man was also wearing matching attire. There was a metal cart next to the concrete ceiling's large green door. "Just inject them and dump them in the feeder," she responded to the man. He nodded and she left the room, followed by what I made out to be Jen, Noah, and Susie, escorted by several other workers, but not the cart. "Don't worry, boys, this won't hurt one bit. Yet," the man taunted. My groans were muffled by the cloth rag in my mouth. I looked to my left and saw Scott wiggling in his chain restraints. Whatever they drugged him with must not have hit him as hard as me, due to his larger body mass. The man in the jumpsuit glanced towards Scott. His groans were also muffled. "Oh, you're a lively one, aren't you? Better take care of you first," he said, as he flicked the tip of a needle attached to a large syringe filled with a pale liquid. The man started towards Scott. I couldn't see his mouth, but even in my cloudy state, I could tell he had a grin on his face. He needled down and pulled the gag from Scott's mouth. "Fuck you, you fat son!" He was cut off by the man's fist making contact with his jaw. "How'd that feel, pretty boy?" Scott spit blood in the man's face as he regagged him. I knew Scott was tough, but I could tell he was hurting. The man clearly had enough fun, and his smile was no longer there. He raised the syringe to Scott's neck, but before he could puncture my friend, Scott headbutted the man, knocking him onto his back. The syringe was knocked out of his hand and rolled straight towards me. "You fucker! I'll murder you with my bare hands for that one," the man exclaimed as he held his bloodied brow. I saw the syringe and tried to force my heavy body to squirm over to it. Meanwhile, the now furious man stomped towards Scott, grabbed him by the neck, and began mercilessly pounding Scott's face with his massive, hairy fist in the corner of the cell. Due to my hyper-relaxed body state, I must have slipped through the slippery metallic bindings, and all of a sudden my hands were no longer chained behind my back. The man, too engulfed in rage, was oblivious to my escape attempt. I now untied the chains around my ankles and grabbed the syringe. I stumbled over to the shouting man, still thrusting his fist into my friend's face. "Please, stop. Scott managed to gargle before one final blow knocked him unconscious yet again. "Dumb little fuck," the man said as he stood up. I was right behind the man, and when he turned around, his wide eyes made the perfect target for the syringe I was now holding. The needle threaded through the man's pupil like a toothpick through an olive. The soft, squishy sphere swirled blood and optic fluid. I pressed down on the syringe and expelled the pale liquid into the man's eye socket. The once threatening man screamed before he stumbled over as blood poured from his right eye socket, falling to the ground like a rag doll. I fell to my knees, exhausted. This time, however, I managed to stand up and walk over towards my friend. I shook Scott's shoulder after feeling his pulse. It still beat. It was slow, but it was definitely there. His once handsome face now more closely resembled a cherry dropped from the Empire State Building. "Hey, buddy, come on. You're gonna be okay. We gotta go get the others and get out of here. Come on, Scott. Scott, wake the fuck up. Please. Susie needs you, man." Tears began to form in my eyes. Just then, Scott's eyelids opened slightly, very swollen from the pulverization he had just received. "Hey, Pete. Nice work." Scott's eyes closed once more. I could no longer feel a pulse. When his head rolled back into my arms, I knew he was gone. I sat on the floor of the room in shock for about 5 minutes before attempting to pull myself together. I wept for the loss of my friend, but also out of fear that I would soon meet the same fate. My mind raced for any kind of solution, pondering the option of grabbing the second syringe I assumed was on the cart and injecting myself. Then my eyes came across the body of a large man, but more importantly, his outfit. As I removed his mask, my stomach dropped. His nose was horribly disfigured, but it wasn't unnatural. Under his mask lay the snout of a pig, protruding and round with 2 big nostrils on the abrupt flat edge. Despite the gruesome killings I had just witnessed, the sight of this horror was what finally caught me to throw up the shitty fast food we'd eaten the day prior. The man's intact eye moved, and I jumped back. He groans, but didn't move a muscle, other than the other eye tracking my movement. Drool dribbled out of the left corner of his mouth, and I realized that the injection merely paralyzed him, and did not end his miserable life. Upon realizing that they had planned on paralyzing me and Scott, I kicked the bastard in the ribs and spewed a vile string of words his direction. I removed the man's black boots, which fit me just fine, and then began unzipping the jumpsuit. I crossed my fingers that the big man wore underwear that day. I donned the jumpsuit myself, mask and all. The jumpsuit fit my much more slender body poorly, but I hoped it wouldn't make too much of a difference. I made my way over to the cart, and sure enough, another syringe lay on a neatly folded green piece of fabric. Next to it was another piece of green fabric, but nothing lay on that one. I picked up the second syringe and placed it in the back pocket of the jumpsuit. I took a deep breath, braced myself, said goodbye to one of my closest friends, and opened the green door. It was heavy and groaned open into a wide concrete hallway going in 2 directions. Men and women in medical masks and blue jumpsuits walked the halls, as if it were a high school between 2 class periods. I was in the thick of it now. Faking as much confidence as I could, I sucked the fear down and turned right down the hallway. I caught a glimpse of several of the workers making weird glances in my direction. I figured that it was merely due to my ill-fitting attire, but I then wondered if pigs had an inherent sense of smell over humans. Could they literally sniff me out? I pushed this fear down deep once again and continued through the halls. There were green metal doors every so often throughout the hall, unlabeled just like the cell I managed to escape. I considered entering one of the rooms, but eventually decided against it, not wanting to risk the chance of standing out like a sore thumb. After what felt like an eternity, I came across a large room filled with workers and conveyor belts. Metallic arms and large vacuum hoses spun and flailed above them. Some of the arms had sharp, glistening blades. Others had circular saws and scissor-like tools, like some kind of gruesomely surgical rendition of Inspector Gadget. It was then that I saw what was on the conveyor belt. Noah, Jen, and Susie. Naked and as motionless as stone. Eyes wide, presumably paralyzed by whatever serum they had planned on using on me and Scott. I gasped at the realization of what I was witnessing, but before I could even ponder the thought, the metallic arm went to work. First, the blades elegantly removed the skin from my friends' bodies, sucking the large sheets of skin up with the vacuum tubes. Then the circular saw lowered and cut into their skulls. Upon removing the top part of their domes, metallic claws descended from the array of surgical instruments and promptly plucked the brains out of each of them, dropping the brains on a conveyor belt that ran parallel to the one my dear friends were on. In a storm of metallic whirring, all of their internal organs were removed by other instruments and placed on another conveyor belt. The remains of my friends were then carried away by the belts through an opening in the wall covered with long black rubber flaps, resembling a baggage carousel at an airport. I stood in shock, completely bewildered by what I was witnessing. Anxiety soon crept its way up my spine and into my brain, flooding my thoughts with all the horrible atrocities that I assumed my future held. A loud buzzer sounded, and the remaining workers flooded out of the room. But before I could do anything, a shrill, raspy voice called out from the entrance of the factory-like room. "You think you're clever, you little shit?" I spun around to face my accuser. It was the slender old woman I had woken up to. "You think you can just waltz out of here scot-free?" "Oh, I'm sorry. Poor choice of words," she teased, laughing softly at her own morbid joke. "What the fuck do you want from me?" I yelled back, tears swelling in my eyes. "From you? What do you mean?" "I want you, young man. Welcome to the Iowa State Pig Farm, kid." She glared her eyes at me, spread her arms in an act of pride, and began closing the distance between the two of us. What did she mean, farm? What kind of farm has conveyor belts designed to harvest human organs? I attempted to back up, but the woman was moving fast, and soon enough, her hands would be around my neck. As she stomped over towards me, I noticed the object she was holding in her left hand. It was a syringe. The woman got closer and closer, and eventually my back hit the wall. The sight of hers caused me to then remember I had a syringe of my own. In a last-ditch effort to save myself, I removed the syringe I had been keeping in my back pocket, and as the woman raised her left arm to inject me, I plunged the syringe she hadn't been aware of into her abdomen and pumped the pale liquid inside her stomach. Her eyes widened as her syringe fell out of her grasp, breaking into 1,000 pieces on the concrete. Soon thereafter, her body followed, falling to the floor in the same manner the man had previously. A soft whimper came from her mouth, along with a stream of drool. I caught my breath and made my way for the exit. Foolishly, I had been looking at the ground, my mind racing through the sick and twisted events I had been living through. Oblivious as I walked out the room, I bumped into someone wearing a blue jumpsuit. "And where do you think you're going?" a man's voice asked. I looked up and saw several workers coming back into the room. I turned around, realizing that they could see the woman's body lying right behind me. Yet again, faced with the choice of fight or flight, I chose flight. I shoved the man out of the way, tore my mask off, and sprinted down the halls. I don't remember what turns I took or how long I'd been running for, but eventually I found myself in a massive warehouse. The stench of livestock, fecal matter, and rotting flesh filled my nostrils immediately as I once again threw up. I looked up, wiping my mouth of the remaining vomit, and saw that the warehouse was not a warehouse at all, but rather a warehouse-sized metal barn full of pigs. Thousands of pigs. Large metal troughs full of red and pink mush dotted the barn. The oinking and screaming formed a roar of deafening depravity that completely sobered me out of the adrenaline-fueled high I was experiencing. I took one look over my left shoulder and saw several people in blue jumpsuits rounding a corner down the hall behind me. Knowing I had no other option, I dove into the football field-sized pig pen and began crawling through the pigs. The yells of workers barely bled through the tidal wave of noise the swine were making. I didn't know what they were saying, but I took solace in knowing that the brown scum I was crawling through would camouflage my bright blue jumpsuit. I crawled and crawled, holding my breath as long as I could while doing my best to avoid being trampled by pig hooves. But eventually, I could no longer, and I continued to drag myself through the layer of grime as the foul stench invaded my nostrils. I had become lightheaded, and I worried that I might pass out simply from the smell. Suddenly, my eyes caught sight of an exit. Past the fence that enclosed the pigs lay another green door. This one had a window on it, and I was almost certain I could see daylight. I was in the home stretch. I was almost free. But before I could make it to the final 15 feet, something else caught my eye. A strange marking on one of the pigs. I had to keep myself to avoid being stomped on by the hooves surrounding me. But I was pretty positive that the marking was an image of a skull, behind the phrase, "Death from above." I forced myself to suppress the tears, now swirling in my eyes, not just from the stench, but from the thought that my once best friend's skin had now been wrapped around the bulbous body of a pig. I did it. I made it through. I crawled underneath the fence, vomit trickling down the corner of my mouth. I picked myself up once I had made it to the other side and mustered up just enough strength to sprint to the door. I threw the door open and fell to my knees, sobbing. I made it, I was now under the soft blue skies of an early Iowa morning. Green fields with the occasional oak or maple trees surrounded the facility, along with a fence that made the whole place look more like an Arkham asylum than a pig farm. I managed to spot a hole in the fence around 100 feet away. Worrying that the workers might follow my footsteps, I stepped out of the now lumpy brown boots and jumpsuit and took off for the fence, attempting to clean my now grime-covered face with the sleeve of my clean undershirt. As I crouched down to sneak through the fence, I turned around and was relieved yet surprised not to see anyone in blue jumpsuits giving chase. I accepted this blessing with gratitude and didn't want to see if any were on their way. I eventually found a road where a state patrol officer caught sight of me, so I wasn't the least bit surprised when he pulled off the road to talk to me. I explained to him that I had been kidnapped and had managed to escape, not wanting to tell him the extent of the horrors I had experienced. It didn't explain why I smelt like a mixture between bile and manure, but he was sympathetic nonetheless. He took me to a hospital about an hour away, and I was more than happy to see that it was not the same town I had entered the previous night. A few days later, my parents showed up at my bedside and gave me a ride back to Portland. No amount of therapy could help me recover from the things I'd seen that day. And after several months of trying, I gave up. I gave up and began surrounding myself with obscene amounts of sex and drugs in an attempt to distract myself, so I could at least feel something. A few months ago, I found a certain club that specialized in throwing extravagance and anonymous orgies fueled by MDMA and cocaine. Last night, I was attending one of those weekly parties when a clumsy slip of the hand accidentally pulled the mask off of the girl I was with. Looking back at me was an attractive young woman with dark brown hair and blue eyes, but beneath those beautiful eyes was a protruding snout. "Oh shit," she exclaimed as she put her mask back on. I immediately stopped and stumbled backwards. You still think I'm pretty, right?" I suppose my running out of the building naked in the middle of the night provided the pig woman her answer. When I encountered what I now call the conveyor room, my friends were not the only bodies I had seen. There were several other bodies being splayed open, both female and male. Some were adults, some were children. So, please, the next time you decide to fry up some bacon or throw a pork chop on the barbecue, remember to be wary of where your food comes from. Not all farms follow ethical procedures.